Start this game on time. We've had a lot of rain this morning, but they just took the tarp off the infield. Scott Feldman and Ryan Vogelsong are getting ready in their respective bullpens. And right off the top, we're going to start with our Cubs insider, Patrick Mooney, presented by Nationwide's Jeff Vukovich. You can click jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. And Patrick, we're going to talk some baseball here in a second, but it seems like there are a lot of other things swirling around this team right now. Jorge Soler, one of the Cubs' top prospects, playing at Daytona. An incident last night. I have not seen video of it, but it sounds like he got into an argument with a player on the other team and eventually had a bat in his hands over near the other dugout. What do we know at this point?
Well, I think the Cubs are still trying to figure that out, Len, with team president Theo Epstein leading the investigation and talking to the Florida State League and all the people involved. And I think I was told that while he grabbed a bat, he didn't actually hit the Clearwater dugout. I know that was kind of spread out on Twitter. But clearly this is, an inexcusable thing, and you have to expect a suspension of some length. And really, with the way social media and Twitter works now, you really can't hide.
He just turned 21 years old. He's a young player, and maturity obviously is a question for somebody that young. But in terms of spring training, there was no reason to believe this type of thing would happen, and hopefully it's a one-time deal.
Whenever something like this happens, it's a cliche. We didn't expect this coming, but pretty much everyone that was around Soler in Arizona really came away with a strong impression. And Alfonso Soriano, before Soler was sent out, kind of pulled him aside and said, hey, you have the big contract, you have the big name, you have to be the one that sets the example over there in minor league camp. And really, the Cubs really like what they have in this guy. That's why they invested a lot of money in him. And for something like this, I think it's something that's going to stick with him for a while, and he's going to have to kind of work his way back.
And we understand Cubs president of baseball operations, Theo Epstein, at some point today will address the issue, and we'll keep you up to date. So let's talk baseball. Big win Tuesday night as the Cubs came back. And Carlos Marmol, little did he know he was going to pitch in a tie ball game, and he got the win.
Yeah, the Cubs hope something like that can really bounce and build his confidence up. And, people forget that he was such a huge part of those division-winning teams just a couple of years ago. And from our perspective, I think you have to appreciate the way that Carlos Marmol never hides. He never hangs out in the lounge or the trainer's room. He'll do waves of interviews, after, he loses a game like that. And I think that's why a lot of people in that clubhouse are rooting for him. And really, there's only 7 guys in the bullpen. They need him to be, the guy he was, only just a couple of years ago that earned that big contract.
And going into a series against the defending champion Giants, it looks like the Giants are ready to roll again. They're 6-3. They bring back pretty much the entire team that won the World Series last year. And as we look ahead here the next couple of years, this is where the Cubs are trying to get.
Exactly, Len. The Giants, they hit on pitching in the draft. And with the Cubs having the number 2 pick in June, the sense I'm getting is that they're hoping they get a college pitcher. There's about 3 names, they're looking at. And if you can get a guy like that, all of a sudden you can slide him into a contending rotation. Guys like Tim Lincecum, Bumgarner down the line, you'll see them this weekend, and that's what the Cubs hope you'll see here in the next couple of years.
And last thing, Scott Feldman needs a good one today. It's only his second start, but I know he wants to have a nice quality outing.
Yeah, with spring training, stats don't matter, but he didn't have a great spring there either. And obviously with the weather, maybe, he can get things going here and get started right in what is a platform contract year for him.
And Feldman will make his Wrigley Field debut in a few minutes. That is our Cubs insider, Patrick Mooney. And when we come back, Susanna Collins will chat with a former Giant, Nate Scherholtz, as we get you set for Game 1. We are scheduled to start at 1:20 here on Comcast Sportsnet. And the Giants are in town, fresh up a sweep over the Colorado Rockies, and they scored a bunch of runs in that series. They actually have scored now 19 runs over their last couple of games. They scored 19 runs total in their first 7. This is not a team that hits a lot of home runs. They find other ways to score. And as always, they come in with a very good pitching staff. The only starter the Cubs will not face, left-hander Barry Zito, who won yesterday. The Giants have won each of his last 16 starts. A former Giant and a 2-time World Series champion, Nate Scherholtz, is now playing right field for the Cubs, and our Susanna Collins had a chance to chat with Nate.
All right, thanks, guys. Nate, you're facing your former team for the first time. World champions, you were part of that. What emotions are going to be going through your mind out there today?
I'm excited. It's just like any other game to me. Obviously, I want to go out there and win more than anything. But I'm looking forward to the challenge of facing my old team and showing them what we have here.
When you look at the success that San Francisco has had over the past 5 years, you were a big part of that. And you come to a team like the Cubs, you see what they're doing, rebuilding. Do you see that same sort of formula kind of happening here? I do. We've got a great clubhouse here, a great group of guys, and I think that's how everything gets started, with a solid foundation, and from there just playing the fundamentals the right way. And coaching staff and everyone preaches everything the right way here, and I think we went over everything in spring training, so we just have to put it together here now. Have you gotten your World Series ring yet? I have not. Will you show it off to these guys in here once you get it? If they want to see it, I'll show them. For sure. All right, Nate, good luck today. All right, thanks. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Susanna, thank you very much. And here are the pitching matchups for the Cubs. It's Scott Feldman, who actually grew up in the Bay Area. He had not stepped foot inside Wrigley Field until Monday of this week on opening day. Ryan Vogelsong, great story. We'll talk more about him in the open with my partner, Jim Deshaies. So we're just moments away from the first pitch. The Giants and Cubs kick off a 4-game weekend series next on Comcast Sportsnet. Afternoon baseball brings the defending world champion Giants to the neighborhood. Cold and rainy on the north side today, but we are going to get this one in. We're set for Chicago Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs welcome in the defending champion San Francisco Giants in the first of a 4-game weekend series. Hi again, everyone. We're all bundled up once again. Jim DeShays and Len Casper. The Cubs were rained out last night. The Giants swept the Rockies, but we're going to go back to Tuesday night, maybe the best win of the year for the Cubs. They were able to come all the way back from a 3-0 deficit.
A season-high 6 runs scored by the Cubs in that ball game Tuesday afternoon. They were a little wobbly defensively early and then rallied late. Very big swing of the bat by Anthony Rizzo, 2-out double to bring home the tying run. David DeJesus had a nice game, 3 knocks for him, scored that run, actually had a big RBI a little bit later on. In the 8th inning, it was defense with a man on third base and 2 outs. Starlin Castro, who had made an error early in the ball game, leaves his feet, makes a run-scoring play, or run-saving play. Rather, here's that base hit by DeJesus. I talked about adding a little insurance, providing a little breathing room for Fujikawa in the 9th.
Yeah, Kyuji Fujikawa with his second save as a Cub, but the first opportunity since he became the Cubs closer. A lot of four-seam fastballs, gets that 27th out, and it would be nice to see the Cubs maybe score a few more runs earlier in the game, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, nice early. I'm sure what Dale Swain would tell you, he'd love to have a big lead and be able to relax in one of these ball games because it's been awfully tough to score for this club.
Right-hander Scott Feldman for the Cubs. Ryan Vogelsong for the Giants. What a story he's been the last couple of years.
Yeah, Ryan Vogelsong, it's been a long and winding road for him. Originally a Giant product, onto the Pirates. He spent 3 years in Japan before coming back to the States. Was an all-star in 2011, 11 and 12 combined, a 27-game winner, won 14 last year. So a guy who has figured it out very late in his career.
And the good news for the Cubs, they don't have to face Barry Zito, whose team has now won 16 straight of his starts. Let's go down to the field for our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise and kindly remove your caps and join Richard Streetman as he honors America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
So cranks that ball. Save! And it's gone. We're tied. Hot shot. Cubs win. Starlin Castro. Cubs win.
Indiana Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. BMO Harris Bank, helping money make sense. BMO Harris Bank, NA member FDIC. AT&T Uverse. Visit att.com/freeyourtv. Rethink possible. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Now the Harry Carey statue as you walk into the bleachers. And it is overcast, foggy, just a very damp day, but we are going to get this thing started on time. Cubs and Giants in game 1 of this series. Hey, it was cold in Texas yesterday. 39 degrees in Arlington, the coldest day game they've ever had in that ballpark. 40 degrees colder than the night before. So it's not just here as the umpires talk about the ground rules here at Wrigley Field. Well, while we have an extra second, let's take a look at the pitching matchups for the rest of this series. The Cubs didn't make any changes in their rotation, JD. They just pushed Feldman back, everybody back a day. And that sets up a pretty good matchup on Sunday. Bumgarner and Samardzija. As I mentioned, no Barry Zito in this series. A few years ago, you'd have said, I want to face Barry Zito, but not now.
It's amazing the turnaround that Zito has enjoyed the last couple of seasons. And it's a great reflection on him and his ability to bounce back because, you know, for so long, people were talking about what a bad deal that was for the Giants. He's been a very productive pitcher for them the last couple of seasons. He's off to a great start so far this year. But I think the idea of just not skipping anybody at this stage of the season, pushing everybody back a day makes perfect sense. You're still so early in the season. You're trying to let your starters get their feet wet, get settled into the routine. You don't want to be messing with that rotation now. Just let everybody keep their turn and figure it out from there. So an extra day's rest for Scott Feldman as he takes the hill today for the very first time ever at Wrigley Field.
No Travis Wood for the Cubs in this series, a 1.46 ERA through 2 starts for the Cubs left-hander. And if you did have a ticket for the game last night that was rained out, it will be made up as part of a day-night doubleheader on Tuesday, July 30th. First game will start at 1:20.
I don't even know if Ernie Banks would say, let's play 2 today.
I think he would say let's play 2 every day, regardless of the weather. He's that positive.
Say let's play 1 and maybe 2.
Send us your comments on today's game through Twitter using hashtag Cubs Talk, and we'll read one back later during our broadcast. So the Cubs take the field. The Giants line up this way offensively, brought to you by Southwest. Former Cub Angel Pagan off to a hot start, had a really good year last year. Brandon Crawford's their shortstop. Pablo Sandoval, Kung Fu Pandas at third. Buster Posey, last year's MVP. Hunter Pence leads the team with 7 knocked in. Slow start for Brandon Belt. Gregor Blanco plays left. Nick Noonan with his first major league start. He's in for Marco Scutaro, and the pitcher Vogelsong will hit 9.
Cubs defensively it'll look like this afternoon. Soriano's in left, De Jesus center. Shearholtz, the former Giant, in right. Valbuena, Castro, Lillibridge, Rizzo handle the infield, and Castillo's behind the plate for Scott Feldman. And he is our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher here this afternoon. His first start of the year against the Braves did not go particularly well. 4 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs. Most notable when you look at his pitching line of the 4 walks. He's a guy throughout his career has been very good at limiting the free passes, but he struggled in that regard against the Braves.
See your umpires.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
My bad. Danley, Barksdale, Carapazza, Nelson. And they showed up on time. 16-minute delay in Washington because the umps were late last night.
It's so easy to get lost in Washington. Traffic is a mess there. I almost missed my daughter's college graduation in Washington. Very confusing.
So So the Giants are here at Wrigley Field on April 11th. It's the earliest date ever for these two teams to match up at Wrigley Field, according to Elias.
4 games with the Giants here over the weekend, and then the Cubs will go to San Francisco towards the end of July. They played 7 times last year, and the Cubs lost 6 of those 7 ball games.
A light mist as we get started.
This reminds me a little bit of the day that Kerry Wood struck out 20.
Yeah, very similar weather back on that date in 1998. Here we go. Feldman, the Bay Area native, a sinker low on switch hitting Angel Pagan.
And Feldman, a guy who throws sinking fastballs, cutter, curveball, and a change. And he started in Atlanta. He threw a lot of cutters, not that many sinkers.
1-1 the count. He was admiring this beautiful ballpark on Monday before the Cubs home opener. Had never stepped foot inside Wrigley prior to Monday.
Layer up.
Big year for Pagan last year. 15 triples. Led the majors. It was also a San Francisco era record for the Giants. On the ground to Rizzo, and the flip to Feldman. Safe. Ball got out of his glove as he almost tackled the bag trying to beat Pagan there. Unfortunately, no collision.
Feldman willing to sell out and give up the body to try to make that play, and he was ahead of Pagan. He was going to beat him, but he didn't handle. You see the slip there by Rizzo, and Feldman just not able to catch the ball. He's trying to find the bag and the baseball all at the same time. Got the bag, didn't get the ball, and luckily he did not break his ankle. He went in there awfully hard.
He will be charged with an error.
Cubs a little sloppy in the early going on Tuesday. Committed a couple errors in the second inning, an inning in which the Brewers scored 3 runs. But that's the nature of springtime baseball in these cold climates. Hands, dexterity, slipping and sliding everywhere. I don't think the weather had a whole lot to do with that particular play, but certainly something to keep an eye on as we go along.
Brandon Crawford, known more for his defense than offense. And the pitch is on the outside corner for a strike. 2 nights ago, he hit a 3-run opposite field homer against the Rockies. It was the first opposite field homer for Crawford since he was in A-ball.
Giants will run. They haven't done a lot of it yet this year, but last year they were a very effective base stealing team. They don't hit a lot of home runs. They were dead last in the league in home runs last year. A lot of that because of the ballpark they play their home games in.
Swing and a miss. 2 strikes on the Giants shortstop, and now Kerwin Danley is going to head out to the mound, and we'll look at that baseball.
Split finger pitch there by Feldman, 84 miles an hour. Sinker down, splitter down, cutter in. Pretty good game plan for him against the left-handed hitters.
There's the cutter in.
You better have your left-handed game ready when you pitch against San Francisco. With switch hitters, there's 4 or 6 left-handed bats in the lineup today.
Feldman was born in Hawaii. but when he was 1, his family moved to Northern California. You just look at the media guide and you say he was born in Hawaii. He must hate this weather. Well, I was born in Michigan. I don't love the weather here. This part of the country in the spring, it's just hit or miss.
That builds character.
That's right.
Or it reveals it, one or the other.
Maybe a little both. Pagan takes off on the 1-2. They will stay out of the double play. Charged by Lillibridge, and he gets the out at first. .40 degrees as we get started. But going back the last now 13 years, we've had a few of those, and not always at home. Boy, County Stadium was bitterly cold. 44 degrees there back in 2000.
What jumps out at you is the fact that that was an 11-10 game. Typically, when it's really cold, the bats go quiet.
Pablo Sandoval hit 3 homers in Game 1 of the World Series. 2 were off Justin Verlander. He would end up being the World Series MVP. 4th player to hit 3 in a Fall Classic game, that is.
Kung Fu Panda. Great eye-hand coordination. He swings at a lot of bad pitches, but he also gets hits on a lot of bad pitches. Go up over his head sometimes and make contact, or ball looks like it's going to be in the dirt.
His weight has fluctuated a lot in his career. You see, he looks heavy, but he has quick feet over there at third base, and as long as he hits, I think Bruce Bochy is that concerned about the weight. It becomes a big topic of conversation every spring training. If you perform, it's not an issue, right?
No, it is not. That, however, may be an issue. Yeah, if you're overweight and you're hitting, then you're just, he's an old school ball player. And when you're overweight and you're scuffling, you're lazy and you're not doing the work.
Up in the air, that ball is going to get lost in the fog for a second. Rizzo was looking for some help and got it at the very last second from Lillibridge. 2 down.
That was kind of fun. They tried to sort out that pop-up, and we'll take a look at pitch tracks, how he set him up with a couple away and then got in on his knuckles with that cut fastball. Annie Hall in attendance today.
Here's the reigning MVP, Buster Posey. He and Stan Musial, the only players to win 2 World Series and an MVP in their first 3 full big league seasons. And he had gotten off to a slow start. He was hitting .208 until yesterday when he had 3 hits and 3 RBIs against the Rockies. You're somewhat tempted just to put him on first base in any situation, kind of like teams did with Barry Bonds back in the day. Here's a 1-0, and it's low. 2 balls, no strikes.
Normally you don't want to tiptoe around guys this early in the game and set up a potential big inning, but given the conditions and the fact that the Cubs offensively have struggled, you can understand Feldman taking a very cautious approach here with Posey and a man in scoring position.
Pagan, remember, reached on an error by Feldman. He's now at second with 2 outs. There's ball 3. Hunter Pence providing the protection for Posey today.
But all that good work Posey has done in the first 3 years of his career. And you remember, year number 2 was cut short due to that collision at home plate. He played 45 ball games 2 years ago.
Pitcher strike, 3-1. Well, that's the other part of it. Not only is he maybe the best player in the league right now, but coming back from that broken leg, people had to wonder if he would ever be the same. I'd say so. Comeback player of the year and the MVP last year. There's ball 4. And now it is Hunter Pence, involved in a trade last year from the Phillies to the Giants that sent Nate Scherholtz the other way.
Pence traded each of the last 2 seasons, first from the Astros to Philadelphia and then Philly to San Francisco.
Takes a strike.
Quality pitch right there. Glove side, 2-seamer over the outside corner for strike 1 on a very aggressive hitter, but that's just a perfect pitch. Pence is the kind of guy you get ahead of him, he'll get into swing mode. You get him to chase breaking balls away.
Well, he only hit .219 with the Giants in 59 games after the trade, but a lot of people remember the pregame speech he gave prior to Game 3 of the division series in Cincinnati after the Giants had lost the first 2 games at home. They would end up coming back and winning the final 3 games of that set. They had 6 consecutive wins in elimination games over the division and championship series last year. So they were down a lot, but they were never out.
Well, give that guy right there, Bruce Bochy, the manager, a lot of credit. A very steady hand. There's no panic at all in that guy.
Outside corner again, 1-2.
Pence not happy with that call either. It looked like a pretty good pitch. He'll be hacking here. Back to that breaking ball.
And he got him. Good call, partner. So Feldman's first strikeout strands a couple of Giants. And the Cubs are coming up against Ryan Vogelsong.
A little advance work.
Yeah. Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. David DeJesus will lead things off. Starlin Castro, Anthony Rizzo, and Alfonso Soriano 2 through 4. We mentioned the former Giant. Nate Scherholtz off to a good start. So is the catcher Castillo. Valbuena's at third. Brent Lillibridge still seeking that first hit. And Scott Feldman, the pitcher, bats ninth.
Well, let's check in on the Giants defensively. Boy, Gregor Blanco, he can really go get him out there in left field. Pagan Sullivan center has this Pence in right. Infield of Sandoval, Crawford, Noonan, Brandon Belt, and Buster Posey behind the plate. For our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher, he is Ryan Vogelsong. First start of the year against the Cardinals did not go well. 5 1/3, 9 hits, 5 runs. Walked a couple, struck out 6. He's 37 and 39 lifetime.
He's their 5th starter, but don't read anything into that because it's a very, very good rotation. Bruce Bochy going right, left, right in that rotation. The 2 lefties are Bumgarner and Zito. And Vogelsong's first offering is a strike called on DeJesus. Hopefully the day off because of the rainout didn't stop his momentum. 3 straight hits to end the ball game Tuesday night for David. His average went from 0.95 to 192 in one game.
Vogelsong is fastball, cut fastball, curveball, changeup. Gives you a lot of different looks.
There's this 1-1 pitch. It's a strike, 1-2. I remember a game Vogelsong pitched against the Cubs here at Wrigley Field, and the conditions were not that different from today. 43 degrees, wind blowing in from left at 19 miles an hour, and it rained all night on May 14th of 2011, and the Giants won 3-0. Still 1-2. According to the forecast I saw, the wind today, which is starting out of the east, will move to the south-southeast, and then at some point maybe even just out of the south. So as it shifts, it might become a more offensive day.
Pretty darn offensive right now.
Popped into right for Hunter Pence. Bring up Starlin Castro.
Vogelsong 14-9, 3.37 ERA last year. Was really good in the first half. His ERA ballooned in the second half. 2 runs higher after the All-Star break. It was 2.36 before the break, 4.78 afterwards, and he fashioned ERAs above 6 in both August and September.
Swing and a miss on a fastball. Well, Vogelsong was basically off the grid in terms of the big leagues. I'd forgotten about him. I think a lot of people had written him off. He pitched in Japan in 07, 08, and 09. Pitched in the minor leagues in 2010 with the Phillies and the Angels. On-roster invitee to Giant spring training in 2011. Didn't make the club out of spring training. Eventually got to the big leagues again because of Barry Zito's injury. He's been great since. We love those stories of redemption, don't we?
It's really a remarkable story. You would not take it. If you took a look at his career path, you could argue that you might see him in the big leagues again, but you would never think that he'd be an all-star and win 27 games over the course of 2 seasons and be such a big part of a championship club.
Inside corner that time, 2-2. And when he came back to the States, pitching in AAA with the Phillies and Angels, he was 3-8 with a 4.81. So it wasn't as if he came back and dominated.
Far from the typical career arc of a major league player.
That deflects off Vogelsong. Nice snag over there by Noonan. Bad throw. Belt can't handle it. And Castro will take off for second as Posey whiffed, backing up the play near his own dugout.
Rolled a base hit and then an error that allowed him to go from first to second as Posey couldn't handle the carom there off the screen in front of the dugout.
Well, we were talking during the break. Whatever team makes the fewest mistakes today probably wins. You've already seen a couple of errors.
You know, and if Bell could have dug that ball out of the dirt on the throw from Noonan, they would have had Castro. The throw was in time.
Anthony Rizzo, runner at second, 1 out. And a strike called. In the open, we showed you his game-tying RBI double from the 7th inning the other night. His first hit of the year off a lefty. Comes in at 185 overall. Facing the right-hander Vogelsong. Cute on the ground, and Sandoval made the right choice. He let it go foul. He would not have had a play on Rizzo if it had stayed fair. You really have to watch your footing on a soggy day like this. Grip on the ball clearly has been an issue early on.
Yeah, the bunt becomes a big play in this game, doesn't it? The ability to push a bunt somewhere, force a fielder to make a throw with a slick ball.
Well, that was literally kicked away by Posey. That ball hit his foot and carried off toward the Giants' dugout in a wild pitch.
Trying to bury the slider down and in. It looked like it bounced right between the feet of Rizzo. Sure. And then Posey not able to contain it. Castro takes advantage. Infield stays back.
Swing and a miss. Vogelsong went upstairs and Rizzo couldn't get it.
Elevating the fastball with 2 strikes. And it looks so good coming out of that pitcher's hand. You see it so well, but it's awfully hard to get on top of that pitch.
So it's up to Soriano, still looking for his first run knocked in. Ball 1.
He's got good numbers in his career off Vogelsong. He's 5 out of 12. Sluggish start here, hitting just $194.
Alfonso leans in and takes ball 2 high.
Those 5 a long ball.
See Vogelsong changing to that changeup grip from our center field camera. 2-1.
Digging in there. He's featuring a circle change.
Fastball that time to make it 2-2.
Confines have not been particularly friendly for Vogelsong over the years. He has a 7.17 ERA as a starter in this ballpark. Most of that probably before he became Ryan Vogelsong. No, that was the other Ryan Vogelsong from the Pittsburgh days. Back in the early part of the last decade.
That was his younger brother. Right?
Yeah. Racer X.
Outside and it's full. I wish I could say I had a lot of control over the weather, but I just read the forecast well. It is already subtly shifting. You notice the wind is not blowing in our face anymore. It's more of a southeast breeze. And there's no guarantee that it will blow in that direction for the next hour, maybe 5 minutes, and it'll shift again. Who knows? on the ground. It'll be backhanded by Crawford. Sets, throws, and gets Soriano to end the inning. Kind of a discombobulated frame there for the Giants defensively, but they escape with no damage. Continues to be the PNC Club of Chicago. Your guests will enjoy an all-inclusive top-shelf bar and gourmet food in this high-end suite with seventh inning stretch celebrities and former Cub players. For information, contact the Premier Sales Team, 773-404-4200 or Cubs.com/Premier. Each team with a first inning error, no runs. As a result, Brandon Belt, jam shot hit foul. 1-1 the count. Feldman coming back. Inside. And Cutter.
Not a bad idea. Threw him a fastball up and then Cutter up and in. Belt, a big, strong guy. Hit just 7 home runs last year, but the Giants believe there's a lot more in there in terms of power potential for their young first baseman.
Got a piece of the home plate umpire, Kerwin Danley. Well, it seems like Kerwin is always in the line of fire. Whenever he works a plate, he gets hit.
He's a gamer. He's not afraid to stick his nose in there.
They call Brandon Belt the baby giraffe. So you've got Kung Fu Panda and the baby giraffe in their lineup. Well, their players become rock stars in San Francisco, don't they?
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you win 2 World Series in 3 years. But they do have a very good vibe going on out there in San Francisco at that ballpark now.
Payoff pitch hit on the ground to Lillibridge. Short throw, not a great one, but Rizzo able to keep his footing.
You know, Swaim said it best the other day after the game on Tuesday. So when it's cold like that, everybody plays defensively. Like you're beat slower. You just don't have that feel. There's that good vibe we were talking about with the Giant fans.
Nice toupee. Gregor Blanco just punches that one, and he's going to reach on a hit. That little slug bunt. And you said it in the first inning. It's that kind of day where you might want to try a lot of this.
Nice play here by Blanco. Speedy guy from the left side. You know, he's probably trying to chop this ball on the ground, have it on the ground a little bit sooner than it actually was. He almost lined out, but it worked out well for him. A little one hop on the backhanded side for Castro. By the time he gloved it, Blanco was halfway down the line. That's reminiscent of, remember Tony Fernandez, a switch hitting shortstop from years ago. He used to do that a lot from the left side.
Nick Noonan. First major league start. For Marco Scutero today. Took an opportunity and ran with it during spring training. Giants released Wilson Valdez, sent Kensuke Tanaka to the minor leagues. Tony Abreu had a leg injury. So Noonan was optioned to AAA in the middle of March. He hit 186. And then they brought him back a week later and hit 400 the rest of the way. I guess unlike Danny, he's not going to end up working in a lumber yard the rest of his life.
Broke out all those Caddyshack references when we had him in spring training. We should have sat on those.
Long pause, Blanco runs, and it's fouled off.
We talked about the Giants last year being dead last in the league in home runs. Despite that, they were third in the league in runs scored. The ability to take the extra base. They were a very efficient base stealing team last year. They finished fourth in the league overall in stolen bases, but the percentage of success rate was quite high. Big ballpark. It's tough to hit home runs, but it does yield a lot of doubles and triples.
Blanco not running, and there's a base hit into center. Blanco will take a look at it and stop at second. Back-to-back one-out hits. We'll bring up the pitcher, Vogelsong.
That breaking ball just kind of sits there in the middle of the strike zone for Noonan. He stays back nicely. Good solid line drive single. Song up here in a bunting situation, first and second and one out.
Rizzo already about 60 feet from home plate, ready to charge even more. Here he comes, and it's bunted toward third, foul. So what Rizzo's doing essentially is forcing Vogelsong to try to hit that ball to his pull side.
It's ideally where you want to go in this situation, because you want to force the third baseman to vacate the bag to come in and make a play. Rizzo breathing down his neck makes it imperative that he go in that direction, or at least just, ultimately just deaden it out in front of home plate far enough away from the catcher where he can't make a play on you. The advantage Vogelsong has here is it doesn't have to be a perfect bunt to advance Blanco, because he really runs well. Cubs in this situation, you want to be aggressive and nail a lead runner, but you have to make sure you get an out.
There's the bunt. Valbuena will glove and throw to Lillibridge. 5-4 on the sacrifice for Vogelsong.
An outstanding bunt here by Vogelsong. You see Rizzo really cheating hard. Valbuena has to hang back in case there's a potential force at third, but ultimately comes in, waves off Feldman, and makes the play. much straight bunt defense in that situation. Late in a tight game, maybe you'll have a wheel play on or some pickoffs, be a little bit more aggressive coming from third base as well. But in this situation, already one out in the inning this early in the game, you just want to make sure you get an out.
So it's up to Pagan here with 2 outs. Re-signed with the Giants. 4 years, $40 million in the offseason. Hands are high with that back shoulder, and he takes a breaking ball for a strike.
Feldman has faced the Giants a few times in his career in interleague play. He was a Ranger, obviously. He's 0-3 against them with an ERA above 5. A couple starts, a couple relief outings.
Inside that time, Castillo held the ball for an extra beat. Theory being, if you show it to him longer, maybe he'll call it a strike.
It's that fine line between letting him look at it and showing him up. You hold it too long, usually doesn't play very well with the guy behind you.
The 1-1 pulled to right, but it is going to hook foul out of play.
They're trying to go backdoor with that breaking ball, but he threw it all the way across the plate, down and in. Pagan hit it squarely, but out in front.
Second and third, 2 outs. And a 1-2 from Feldman. He got him on the inside corner. So the Giants have left 4 on in the first 2 innings, and we are still tied at 0.
Jorge as a person as well as a player. And it's our responsibility to work with him to make sure that he has a better way to channel his emotions on the field and to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. So that's our responsibility. It's his responsibility to fully embrace that.
That's Cubs president of baseball operations, Theo Epstein, talking about Jorge Soler, one of the Cubs' top prospects. And it's now being widely reported he has received a 5-game suspension for his actions last night in the Florida State League. This, after at least a verbal altercation against Clearwater, he grabbed a bat, didn't swing it, but had a bat in his hand as he walked over to the opposing dugout. So he'll sit out for the next 5 games. Underway here in the Cubs' second, Nate Scherholtz facing his former team.
That's where it gets a little dicey, right? When you bring the bat, it's one thing to confront a member of the other team after a little bit of a dust-up. When you bring a bat along, that changes the dynamic, obviously. And Clearly a suspension is in order, but he's just a young guy. He'll learn from this.
The 2-0 on the way is popped foul out of play.
Nolan Ryan telling a great story about his days when he was with the Angels and they got into a fight with the Tigers, bench clearing thing, and as the parties were heading back to their dugout, somebody from the Angels popped off, and Willie Horton walked over to the Angels dugout by himself and just stood there in front of the dugout, called out the whole team, and nobody moved. Kind of looking at each other. Who wants to tangle with Willie Horton?
Right. 2-2 the count. Well, tempers do flare. Your emotions do get the better of you at times, but you've got to know where that line is. Hopefully a lesson learned for the young Soler. Full count. Castillo and Valbuena to follow against the right-hander Vogelsong.
Holt's looking to inflict some damage against his old club.
And he does with a base hit into right. Leadoff single for Scherholz.
These are always fun confrontations. Obviously, the Giants fully aware of Nate's strengths and weaknesses as a hitter. He knows what Vogelsong's all about as a pitcher. He wins the battle this time. Tried to beat him with a fastball up a little bit. And he was quick. Delivers a leadoff single.
Castillo 6 out of his last 15.
Play him to pull on the infield. He's got a lot of room on the right side. Noonan, the second baseman, shading towards the bag. Crawford playing him toward the hole at short. Belt holding on Scherholz. It's an opening on the right side for Castillo, who hits the ball well the other way in the air. If he's willing to take a shot to try to squirt one through that opening on the right side.
Scherholz runs. It was a hit and run, and Castillo bounds it foul. 1-1. Might as well try to make some things happen on a day like this.
No, not likely to be that many 3-run homers.
A 1-1. Base hit in the left. So the Cubs have something brewing here in the second inning. 2 on, no outs.
Trying to throw that two-seamer in on him, and like Scherholz, Castillo quick enough to get the head out in front. So 2 on, nobody out, and you're going to get a little something done here at the bottom of the order.
So Valbuena walks up to the plate. Gary Pressey playing Louie Louie on the Wrigley Field organ. Sandoval and Belt are in. Double play depth up the middle. First and second, no outs, in the pitch high.
Sandoval anticipating bunt, or at least defending against the possibility of bunt, but 8-9 coming up behind Valbuena. I don't really want him to give himself up in this situation. Pitcher obviously in the 9-hole. Lillibridge is hitting 8th, and he's 0 for the season so far. Very happy.
And I told you, they got their texting gloves on and everything. Great day for that giveaway. Cubs texting gloves. Being put to very good use. Not sure how many people are texting, but they're wearing their gloves.
You could text somebody right now. I just got a foul ball.
Foul tip, strike 2. It's 1-2.
An interesting story. It was on Fangraphs about Vogelsong. People who are really into the advanced metrics and talked about how he has outperformed his peripherals the last couple of years. In other words, his expected ERA would be higher, but he talks about situations just like this. Prides himself in getting out of jams, gets more ground balls with runners on base than he normally does, pitching to the situation.
The plate in.
It's the cut fastball that he goes to a lot to get the ground balls. Probably not overly concerned with his FIP out there, or whatever that is called.
FIP,
fielding,
yeah.
XFIP, fielding independent pitching.
Walked by Posey. It's full 3-2. It's Lillibridge on deck. He and Alberto Gonzalez have been filling in for Darwin Barney. Barney's going to head on out on a rehab assignment this weekend, starting on Saturday in Iowa. 3 days there and then back on the active roster, hopefully for the start of the Rangers series on Tuesday. Swing and a miss. He got him like a changeup. It's the first out. So that pitch, if you're watching at home, you go, well, that pitch is up in the zone. Why didn't you do damage with it? But it's not about location, is it?
Well, if you got a good one, that's the sign of a real good changeup, when a guy can throw it up in the strike. That time it was up above the hands. I mean, you almost never get away with a changeup up there. But the one that guys throw mid-thigh and still get away with, that's a sign of a real good change of pace. Normally you want that pitch to kind of show in the strike zone and then fade out of the zone.
Now the key at bat now the inning with the pitcher on deck, and it is Lillibridge still trying to get that first hit as a Cub. He's come up empty in his first 17 tries.
Boy, and easier said than done, but the one thing you have to do in this situation is be patient. Looking for that first hit, you start to feel the pressure. The tendency is to press. When you think that way, you tend to swing at bad pitches.
Vogelsong gets a sign from Posey in the 1-1. Breaking ball outside, 2 balls and a strike.
With the pitcher up next, Lillibridge up there in a favorable count, this would not be a bad time to gamble a little bit. Start the base runners. If you feel comfortable that you're going to get a fastball in the zone here, if you trust Lillibridge that he would make contact. Stay put and you ground into a double play. Obviously, that's the worst case scenario on a lot of different levels.
3-1.
Including you would have your pitcher leading off the next inning. Even more so now, right? 3-1, you have to feel like he's going to throw something he can put a pretty good swing on.
Sherholtz at second. Castillo at first. not running, and the 3-1 is bounced to Belt. They'll get an out at second. Relay thrown away. Cubs will grab the lead. So they tried to turn 2, could not. And the Cubs lead 1-0.
Bell with the lead throw to Crawford, who probably should have put this ball in his back pocket. There's nobody home at first base, and he throws it kind of in between Vogelsong, who was not going to beat Lillibridge to the bag anyway, and Belt, who had made the initial throw. Bad decision by Crawford. Second error of the game by the Giants, and the Cubs have the lead.
Fielder's choice, 3-6, and then E6 to allow the first run to score.
Crawford, the shortstop for the Giants, very slick. He's got great hands. He made 18 errors last year, a lot of them early on before settling in.
Maybe in that case, the ball was slicker than the shortstop.
Yeah. He's trying to do too much. Difficult double play to convert 3-6-3 or 3-6-1. See Crawford as he's taking that feed. He's not coming across the bag, so he's kind of backing up as he's making that throw instead of stepping into it.
Called strike 3 to end the inning, but the Cubs get the first run on an error by the normally sure-handed Brandon Crawford. 1-0 after 2. Let's go back a couple of nights. Key defensive play. 8th inning. Runner at third as the Brewers try to take the lead. Starlin Castro with that diving stop, and he gets Yuniesky Betancourt to end the inning. Nicely done.
Big time play in a critical situation in the ball game.
Carlos Marmol got the win after that scoreless inning. Scott Feldman, the laurels of an unearned run, leading 1-0. So get back to work here in the third. One other game going on. It's a blowout in Detroit. The Tigers leading the Blue Jays 10-1. Miguel Cabrera has tripled for the Tigers.
He doesn't get many of those.
Doubles and homers more common.
How many times do you see it? The guy that makes the big error in the preceding inning leads off the next. It's one of those baseball truisms.
Crawford grounded out his first time. Low for a ball.
Feldman feels a little more comfortable with his sinker here today than he did in that start against Atlanta. Maybe it's because of all the left-handed bats in the lineup. Maybe just the way he felt in the bullpen prior to his start. It's just an adjustment he's made after coming off a tough start in which he walked 4.
Sinker low again, 3-0. Sandoval is on deck. Three balls and a strike. The Bricks and Ivy ball at Navy Pier tonight. Huge fundraiser for the Cubs charities. We are looking forward to that. Hopefully it comes after a Cubs win. As a leadoff walk to Crawford.
Not a bad looking pitch. Must have been just a little bit down. With that 3-1 sinking fastball. Could have gone either way. Pitch tracks liked it more than Kerwin Danley did. That's all about count there. If you're ahead in the count, the hitter's going to chase that one.
Going outside to Sandoval. Not only the World Series MVP, but he went back home to Venezuela and won another MVP award. Led his Winter League club to a Venezuelan series title. Let's see if they can turn it here. 4-6. Lots of time for the third part. And the Cubs get 2 outs on 1 pitch.
As sharply as that ball was hit, all you have to do is catch it and just play catch a couple of times and you're going to get Sandoval. He's about as fast as dial-up going down that line. So when he hit that ball awfully hard, you see Castro just casually flipping it across the diamond. And there he is in the picture at the last.
So Posey bats with 2 outs, nobody on. Exactly how you want to face him. Well, I know my son is now watching. He's in 6th grade. He's still in school, but he would have said to me, Daddy, what's dial-up?
And no, isn't that amazing how the technology has changed? We got a whole generation of kids that have never had to endure that crackling noise.
Curve looked good, but not good enough, according to Kerwin Danley. 2-1.
Yeah. Kerwin's a little tight on the ball, down around the knees.
When Feldman has missed today, he hasn't missed badly. And I guess if you're a sinker baller, when you do miss badly, you want to miss in the dirt, not the other direction.
Yeah. Miss down, miss out. Don't miss out over the heart of the plate. And now, even though it's Posey, he's got to be more aggressive here. He's making some really quality pitches in this sequence, but he's behind in the count, 3-1. Painted the corner there. I feel like Feldman's got a little more life on his fastball today than he did in Atlanta. A little crisper. Scott issued 1 or no walks in 14 of his last 16 starts last season, including 10 straight at one point. So he's got good fastball command.
Chop to short. Good charge by Castro on the lob toss, and plenty of time to end the inning as Feldman works around the leadoff walk. 1-0 Cubs in the third.
Tickets are still available through this weekend against the Giants and next week against the Texas Rangers. Purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
So the Rangers just put their ace, Matt Harrison, on the disabled list with back issues. We'll see them next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
More Josh Hamilton for the Rangers. Still have plenty of firepower in that lineup, and they're off to a good start. They're 6-3. And a lot of talk about Nolan Ryan and whether he would continue on as president, CEO of the Texas Rangers. It was announced yesterday or today. I saw a story on it where he's going to remain on board.
That's great to hear. Top of the order for the Cubs, second time through against Vogelsong. Got an unearned run in the second. Got a text from Eric Ballo. Hey Len, any extra room in the booth? The upper deck's kind of cold. I wish we could accommodate everybody, Eric.
We've got room for Tony Esposito.
Yeah, Tony's going to conduct the seventh inning stretch. We look forward to that. Hockey Hall of Famer. The other thing, Eric, it's not much warmer in our booth than probably where you're sitting. We came prepared. We're all bundled up. JD's got his winter cap on, gloves at the ready.
Yeah, we've got the one glove thing going.
Space heater.
Have to keep the scorecard.
Wind has pretty much died down at this point. Jesus not happy with that swing, and he won't be happy with the result as he flies out to Pagan. Castro singled in the first, ended up stranded at third. Curve for a strike. Aaron Harang on the move again. Went from the Dodgers to the Rockies. Immediately designated for assignment. He's off now to the Mariners. Probably a better spot for him.
That's a much better place to pitch. Although they have moved the fences in at Safeco a little bit, still it's a much better environment than Coors Field.
One and two the count. Hey, congrats to crew chief Jerry Davis, longtime umpire, worked his 4,000th major league game last night. Angels and A's in Oakland. He's 60 years old. 21st umpire to get to 4,000 games. Short right, Pence coming on, and it's going to drop. Belt tried to get it, couldn't. He will throw to second. Late. It's a hustle double. A bloop, two-base hit for Castro.
Great hustle by Starlin Castro. Reaches out and just punches this breaking ball the other way. And out there in no man's land, Belt with a solid effort. And Castro watching the play develop as he goes down the first baseline. Decides to shift it into high gear and go for two. Good play.
Rizzo bats with a runner in scoring position and one out. His team already leading 1-0.
4,000 games for Jerry Davis. He still hasn't missed a call.
Driven deep. Pagan will watch it go. A home run. A line shot, two-run homer. Three to nothing.
Well, one of the oldest cliches in the game is the bloop and the blast, and that's exactly what the Cubs get here. A little bloop double by Castro, and then a rocket line drive home run by Anthony Rizzo. It is our fourth home run replay as Rizzo connects for number 3.
Another first pitch home run. What he did on opening day off A.J. Burnett.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a long at bat to be a quality at bat. You go up there with the plan, you're looking for a certain pitch in a certain zone. If you get it, especially in an RBI situation, turn it loose.
Popped up by Soriano. Pence will come in. 2 gone. Third homer of the year for Rizzo. So all 3 of Rizzo's home runs have been on the first pitch. Took Julio Teheran deep 5 days ago on the first pitch. Sherholtz is 2 for 2. He's trying to bang the ball around here against Vogelsong. 3 hits in this third inning.
Sherholtz has hung out a couple of line drives to right field in this game.
Just what we prescribed in the open. Showed all the late runs as the Cubs came back to beat Milwaukee on Tuesday night. They're getting some early runs today. That's what you like to see. Support of a starter who had struggled throughout spring training. Feldman had a bad first start, but off to a good one here today.
Yeah, well, he stranded 2 base runners in each of the first 2 innings, did Feldman. So the Giants had their opportunities, but he was able to keep them off the scoreboard. Allows his hitters a chance to get a little something going. He's got some breathing room with which to operate.
Scherholtz takes off. Here's the throw to second. Save.
It was a breaking ball. Posey's throw is a little high. The tag was quick, but just a little late.
The 1-0 to Castillo, misses high and away. Vogelsong gave up 5 runs in his first outing. That was a loss to the Cardinals. Gave up 9 hits and 5 1/3.
Well, I'm turning Castillo loose right here on 3-0.
Takes it for a strike.
Well, if he had the green light, he didn't want it. Some guys just aren't comfortable swinging 3-0. It goes against their nature. And sometimes I think hitters don't understand when they're given a green light. And I'm not saying he was, in all likelihood, having seen his reaction to that pitch, he was probably taking it all the way. But if a manager gives you the green light on 3-0 and you get a cookie, the manager wants you to swing the bat. He's saying, I like your chances of driving this run in, so I'm going to turn you loose and let you attack here.
Hit hard. Crawford able to stop it. He won't throw to first. Castillo will get a base hit, but Crawford did save a run, at least for the time being.
They can't hit it much harder than this, and that'll bring pitching coach Dave Righetti out of the Giant dugout. This time Crawford makes a wise decision. With Scherholtz heading to third, he cannot afford an errant throw to first base, so he does not ultimately make that throw across the diamond. 9 hits allowed by Vogelsong and 5 1/3 last time out, and for the second straight start, he's getting hit around here. Gave up 7 runs on 12 hits in his final spring training outing. This is after struggling the second half of last year.
So it's Valbuena who struck out on that high changeup back in the second inning. First and third. Couple of runs in on the homer by Rizzo. Last time up for Valbuena.
See the changeup grip and this ball drifting out away from him. He just pulls off it. Saw fastball out of the hand. Took a big swing way out in front. He had to go through every single pitch there before Vogelsong settled on the breaking ball.
One and one. grind here for Vogelsong the last couple of innings. Pitch count reaching the mid-60s. We're only in the third. Here he comes. Missed again. 3-1.
Not finishing his pitches, flying open a little bit, moving a lot of balls up. That's where the hitters, Cub dugout, I said, don't let him off the hook. Make sure you get a good pitch.
They are loaded for Lillibridge. That's his first walk. Hey, you get a guy on the ropes like this, you definitely don't want to let him limit the damage.
Yeah, the most frustrating thing for a hitting coach is to see a guy struggling with his command, making a lot of mistakes, and then have your hitter go up there in an RBI situation and pop up a pitch that's in off the plate or way up. Just make sure you get a strike.
So our AT&T UVerse multi-view. Bases loaded. Lillibridge pops foul. Let's see. Top step of the dugout and bounds out of play. Here it is. Flared out into right. Base hit. Sherholtz in. Pence's throw to the plate. Not in time. Castillo got his hand in before the Posey tag. 5-0. Lillibridge with his first hit as a Cub.
Could not have picked a better time. Vogelsong on the ropes. The base is loaded. Went back inside. So he doubled up with inside fastballs. Little flare into the dugout. This one he doesn't hit all that hard either, but gets out in front of it just enough to muscle it into short right. If the throw's on the money, they probably have Castillo, but he's just able to beat the sweep tag by Posey.
Might see some action now in the Giants bullpen. Lefty Jose Mijares just ran out there from the dugout. Feldman pops up. Crawford comes over near the line to make the grab, and that'll end the inning. But the Cubs plate 4 on 5 hits. Half the runs coming on Anthony Rizzo's blast. It's 5-0. New Cool Ranch Doritos Locos Tacos from Taco Bell. Liv Moss. Great work as always by the Menards grounds crew. Got this field ready to go after the morning showers. Let's go back to the Anthony Rizzo opposite field home run. Thing of beauty.
Yeah, look, you see the movement on that pitch down and away from him, but he's long and strong. He gets great leverage. Big, tall guy can go down and drive that ball. A backspin with that swing, carrying the ball into the seats. Tries to pull it, probably out.
So we'll see what Scott Feldman can do here with a nice 5-run cushion. 5-0 as we start the fourth. Pence, Belt, Blanco for the Giants. Called strike.
As a starting pitcher, you get a 5-run lead heading into the middle innings. In your mind, you're thinking, I'm a winner. I need to win this game. And now my mission is to go as deep as possible to save the bullpen. Doesn't always work out. That's the mindset.
One and two. Some birthday wishes to pass along today. Ruth Schramm turned 97 yesterday. Huge Cub fan in Frankfort, Illinois. Punched out into left center and down in front of DeJesus. Pence is going to have to stop at first, however. Strong throw back to Lillibridge by DeJesus.
Job hustling over to cut this ball off, and knowing how aggressive Pence is as a base runner, turn around and get that ball headed back in towards the infield in a hurry and just shut him down. And Scott Feldman would love to have that pitch back with Pence up there. When you get ahead of him, and we saw it in his first at bat, he chased that breaking ball out of the zone, but that curveball stayed right there for Pence.
Feldman to Belt, low.
2-pitch breaking ball that stays in the zone to a guy like Pence is a mistake. He wanted that ball out, down and away.
Two and 0. Happy birthday to our good friend down in the truck, Mark Stensel. Our graphics department. I understand his birthday parties are very graphic.
When's that happening? Can we get pictures?
We will have to filter through them. Late swing by Belt. The newest Cub fans welcomed into the world earlier this week. Samuel Morton Weissman. It's off Belt's foot.
Or hoof, since he's the baby giraffe.
Giraffes have hoofs?
I don't know, don't they?
Yeah, sure, why not? Sounds like
Guessing,
they would.
right? Or hooves. I guess they have hooves.
Strike three. Good comeback by Feldman in that sequence.
This is that two-seam run back to the inside corner fastball. That's what he got Pagan with back in the second inning. And it works here on Belt as well.
Curveball did not find the zone. Eric Betts tweets, yes, giraffes have hooves. Now, is it giraffes?
I do not know. Guarantee somebody does, though.
I'm going to stick with giraffes.
I'm going with giraffes, too. Giraffe eye.
One and one. Swung on and missed.
Tight breaking ball at 75 miles an hour. We'll go with a home run swing.
You alluded earlier to Vogelsong pitching better than his peripherals. One of the reasons the Cubs got Scott Feldman, they felt his 2012 season was a little unlucky. His peripheral numbers indicated his overall numbers should have been better than they were. I think today we've seen the guy the Cubs brought in over the winter and wanted to see every fifth day. He has not had a season during which he's been used exclusively as a starter, but that has changed this year. He's getting a golden opportunity. Fly ball to right. Sherholtz coming in and will make the play. 2 outs. Tuesday, learn what it's like to come up the Cubs way with the Foundation. Kane County Cougars. The new web series exclusively on CSNChicago.com takes you inside the Cubs single A affiliate. Meet the club in the premiere webisode Tuesday on CSNChicago.com. Check that out.
That might be kind of fun.
Yeah.
So did he have a high BABIP last year?
Noonan went around. I think the ballpark hurt him. Texas. We'll check out that.
Certainly take a guy from
BABIP.
From that environment into just about any other environment, and his ERA should go down. Pitching in that ballpark, in that division, that's a tough spot.
Yeah, it was 318 last year, so maybe slightly above what's considered average. Runner goes, lined, and Castro, who was going to cover the bag, kind of overran the liner. Pence is going to be held at third. 2 very good plays by DeJesus. He kept Pence to a single to start this inning, and he helps keep Pence from scoring here with 2 outs.
Pence moving with the pitch, really well struck with the hustle by DeJesus. Just does so many things right. You know, he's got a very smart ball player, fundamentally sound.
Those are the little things that go unnoticed. You'll not see that in the box score that DeJesus saved a couple of bases. And you alluding to guys playing a bit defensively in terms of maybe being a little more cautious on a day like this. In neither case was DeJesus cautious at all. He went right after those 2 line drives.
Bochy confident that Ryan Vogelsong's got a little something left in the tank, that he's capable of righting the ship on the mound, so he's going to let him stay in and take this AB here in the 4th inning, even though he's down 5 runs.
The other thing about Feldman last year, his ERA was over 5. His fielding independent pitching number, though, according to Fangraphs, was 3.81. So those things he could control, he was a lot better. So maybe some defensive plays weren't made behind him. Some balls in play that normally wouldn't drop did. Chop to Castro, and it gets through him. And Pence will score. And the Giants are on the board. It's 5-1. That'll be an error on Starlin. He's not happy with himself.
No, nor should he be. Boy, that was a fairly routine-looking play. The Giants will turn over the lineup. Let's see a little. Didn't quite have his feet set. Lets that ball squirt right through the 5-hole. And there's a situation there, too, with 2 outs. You don't have to be in a hurry, worried about getting Noonan there at second base on a force play. Just catch the ball fired across the diamond to get Vogelsong.
So the door has been opened here for the Giants. Makes Feldman have to throw more pitches to get out of this inning. As he faces Pagan, he reached down an error by Feldman in the first and struck out looking in the second. Inside, ball 1.
2 ways to look at it if you're Scott Feldman right now. One, you could say, gee, I can't believe my guy let me down, booted a routine ground ball. I should be in the dugout. Or the preferred reaction, all right, I got to pick up my teammate. Talk so much about players picking up pitchers. This is a chance for a pitcher to pick up his shortstop, minimize the damage.
Rizzo can't get it. Lillibridge does, and nowhere to throw it. Feldman could not get over to first in time. Infield hit for Pagan. 5-2.
Ground ball to the right side. Feldman didn't hesitate. He's just a big, long guy. It takes him a while to get cranked up to full speed. Lillibridge judges that he's not going to have a play on Pagan, decides to eat it. Not convinced they didn't have a play there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I guess my initial reaction was it would have been very close. Pagan probably would have beaten it. And the other thing Brent might have been thinking is if it's that close, we could have a collision, or I don't have a great grip on it.
It may have been that.
If I throw it away, now it really blows up.
If you feel like you've got a shot, that's the time to take one to save a run.
Tapped foul by Crawford, 0-2 the count. Each team with 2 errors today. Lillibridge and Rizzo are talking about that play. Whoop, that hit them, and they're loaded. On an 0-2 pitch. Go back to the Pagan hit and where.
And the foot race is on. Pagan's a very speedy guy. It looked to me like Lillibridge maybe gave up on that play a little too soon. He kind of quit on it.
Based on that replay, you're right.
But you know, again, there was a guy who was coming down the line from third that's going to score on the play. So that, you know, if you don't get the out, that run scored. So you're not saving anything by eating that one, other than the back runners moving up. They had the misplay earlier when in the first inning when Feldman didn't handle the throw, covering first base. But I don't think that's reason enough not to try to make the play there. been a grip issue with a wet ball on a cold day.
So it's Sandoval with the bases packed. That's the other thing about hitting Crawford. Not only do you have to face Sandoval, but it was an 0-2 pitch. He had him right where he wanted him. One strike the count on Sandoval. 0-2. He is in swing mode, as he normally is.
He is in swing mode, and certainly with the bases loaded, he's going to be even more aggressive, looking to drive in runs, and that's what you want to do as a pitcher, take advantage of that hitter's aggressive nature. Sandoval, again, he's one of those bad ball hitters. You got to be careful. If you're going to go high, go higher than high. If you're going to go low, bury it down in the dirt.
Here is the 0-2. You see the runners. Pitcher Vogelsong reached on an error. He's at third. Pagan, RBI infield hit. Crawford hit by a pitch. High that time. 2-2. Feldman not worried about Posey right now. He's trying to get Sandoval, but you do have the league's MVP on deck. Nowhere to put Sandoval.
It's a very dangerous 1-2 punch.
Giants were asking for a balk call. Ryan Vogelsong over at third. And Vic Carapazza at second base. The kick and the 2-2 pitch out in the left center, and they're going to get a couple more. Vogelsong, Pagan, Crawford will be held. The throw gets by. Rizzo backing up, and it's a 2-run double for Sandoval, and the Giants are right back in this one.
All of these runs unearned, and this is a great example of what we were talking about with Sandoval. If you're going to go down, go way down or way out. This ball's off the plate, down and away. It's way out on his front foot, but he has the ability to keep his hands back. That's the key. The hands stay back. And then he just pings it into left field.
So each team batting around in the last half inning. The Cubs got 4, 9 batters in the third. This is the 9th batter for the Giants here in the 4th. And it's Buster Posey. Ground ball to third. Valbuena tags Sandoval. Instead of making the throw, he had the runner right there.
And if Crawford hustles down the line, he might score before that tag is applied.
Yeah, that's right. It was close. Unearned runs for the Giants. They're now within 1.
Here at Wrigley Field on Wednesday, April 17th. It's a 7:05
Dale.
game. And Dale's looking good. He's rocking that ski cap. First 10,000 fans will receive that Cubs winter hat. Compliments of Pepsi. To purchase tickets, Cubs.com.
We enjoyed those hats the other night.
Yeah, they came in handy.
Very much in handy. Well, you made an excellent point. You know, Luis Valbuena getting out of that inning, tagging Sandoval, who was right next to him. And it worked out. But you got to be really careful about a play like that with a runner at third, because if you wait too long and that guy gets in a rundown, you might give up an extra run.
Yeah, you know, everything being equal, you're better off just throwing the ball across the diamond, getting the force out. But again, you know, because of the conditions, maybe guys just don't want to make throws. We saw with Lillibridge deciding to eat it on that potential play at first base. Valbuena opted to tag Panda, who, if he'd been more aware, would have not been such an easy mark to apply that tag on.
We'll see how Vogelsong responds. He gave up 4 runs in his last inning of work. In the dirt for a ball on to Jesus. Fouled away. Well, we wanted to make the Giants feel right at home.
What did we do?
It's not San Francisco Bay,
Oh,
but
yeah.
the fog has rolled in and it's not going anywhere.
Hey, Tony Bennett, we can queue up.
Cable car out on the L tracks. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Frustrating day for DeJesus. A couple flyouts, and now chasing this high fastball from Vogelsong. He's one of those guys that typically has very good command of the strike zone as a hitter. Doesn't chase many bad balls. But again, got tempted by that high heater.
Starlin is 2 for 2 with a double and a run. Great tweet by a good baseball writer, Grant Brisby, watching this game. If baseball is an elegant ballet, this game is a ballerina vomiting Mike's Hard Lemonade in the wings. Yeah, it has had that feel. Kind of discombobulated would be the adjective. And the conditions certainly have affected the play.
I don't think they're enjoying the ballet.
Vogelsong with a 3-0 right down the middle, 3-1. Five unearned of the 9 total runs. Popped him up on a 3-1, and back of first it is Belt, just in foul territory. Time for our Xfinity high-speed action. Anthony Rizzo likes that first pitch. 3 home runs, all on the first pitch this year. That'll go in the scouting report.
And boy, and that stroke in this ballpark, That's a good fit.
Curveball on the first pitch and fouled it off. 0-1. Pulls that ground ball foul past Dave McKay. I think one of the things we don't talk about with weather like this early, it affects the game conditions. There's no question about that, but it also affects your early work, and the Cubs are all about early work. We're unable to hit on the field before the game. And if Dave McKay had any fielding practice for the outfielders, that goes by the boards. So it affects everything. Guys get thrown off their routines a little bit.
Show up at the yard, draw on the gear, go take a few swings in the cage and get after it.
Called strike 3. That'll end the inning. So a shutdown inning for Vogelsong. It's 5-4 Cubs.
And they have, and you can receive a free queso offer from Qdoba. Just text queso Cubs to 50500 to opt in to the Qdoba Mobile Club. Who doesn't want free queso?
So Scott Feldman, who gave up 4 unearned runs in the 4th inning, still with a lead, 5-4. A nice shot at one of the bases with that Brooks and Ivy plate on the side. Big ball is tonight. With Navy Pier, should be a lot of fun. Benefiting Cubs charities. Rainbow to center. DeJesus underneath. Gets Pence.
Vogelsong was able to come off his rough inning with a quick 1-2-3. Feldman looking to do the same last inning. So unfortunate for him in that. Pence led off the inning with a base hit, but then he got 2 quick outs. So he had 2 outs, a man on first, and 8-9 coming up. And it blossoms into a 4-run inning against him. It's the kind of stuff that drives you nuts. Scott, a 17-game winner for the Rangers back in 2009.
Following year, he was a Rangers opening day starter. Yanked off the glove of Rizzo and into right. So Belt is on. for the first time.
As I mentioned earlier, Belt's a big, strong kid, and the ball really jumps off his bat. He just hasn't quite developed that home run stroke. You watch him take BP, and you can see the power's in there.
Ball one on Blanco, former Brave and Royal. He'll take his walks, doesn't hit for power. His career on base percentage is 21 points higher than his slugging. 350 for the on base, you like that, but 329 slugging percentage. One and one. You mentioned he goes and gets it in the outfield. A lefty Hisanori Takahashi up for the Cubs.
He made the play in the outfield during Matt Cain's perfect game last summer for the Giants.
Ended up getting more time than he originally thought after the Melky Cabrera suspension. One and two. $40 as we got started in a light mist. Conditions have not changed a whole lot over the last couple of hours. Curveball outside.
Feldman likes that breaking pitch to Blanco. He's had him swinging over it a couple times in this sequence. Belt, big strapping first baseman. You got to keep an eye on him, though. He can run a little bit. He stole 12 bags last year.
Little quirky aside, see Scott Feldman, he's got dirt all over his pants. That actually occurred on the first play of the game. He was charged with an error on that ball Pagan hit. Many times starting pitcher, he'll go out back and change his pants between innings. Some guys like to have that well-worn, dirty look, though,
Yeah,
I guess, right?
Yeah. You feel like a position player. Get a chance to roll around in the dirt a little bit. You feel like you're playing the whole game. Pitchers always get accused of not being athletes. So anytime you get to, I'm not calling this an athletic play, but the end result is he's covered in dirt. And he looks like a gamer.
3-2 with Belt running. It is ball four.
Feldman and Castillo both wondering where the pitch was. Kerwin Daly thought it was in, down, maybe a combination of both. Trying again to go back to that two-seam, come on back to the inside corner fastball, and this one stays off the plate and is down. It's been an effective pitch for him today against a couple of left-handed hitters. He just didn't quite execute it there.
So 5-0 lead in the fourth inning, but will not be able to qualify for the win as he'll be taken out with one out in the fifth. The Honda call to the pen, the lefty Takahashi coming on. And it is veteran lefty Hisanori Takahashi facing Nick Noonan. 2 on, 1 out in the 5th.
Takahashi with 2 appearances so far this year. You see the numbers, just an inning and a third of work. A hit, and no walks and a punch out. And he's had 3 days off since his last appearance in Atlanta. With the lefty Noonan scheduled to bat here, Takahashi gets the call. I'd love to see your starter go 5 innings and qualify for the win, but the manager's primary responsibility is win the ball game. And Noonan obviously was swinging it well off Feldman today. A couple line drive singles.
Belt at second. Blanco at first. Outer edge of the zone for a strike.
I mentioned when the Cubs got that 5-run lead that Feldman, that your mindset as a pitcher is, okay, this is a win. This should be a W for the team, for myself, and the challenge is to go deep into the game to save the bullpen. Well, the Cubs still have the lead. Feldman can't get the win. Obviously didn't go deep into this game, but a lot of it because of misplays behind him.
He deserved a better fate. I don't think there's any question about that. Now it's up to the bullpen the rest of the way. Little floater, base hit. Runners will only advance 1. Belt had to make sure it would not be caught, and they are loaded up. And Bruce Bochy's going to stick with his pitcher in this spot, Vogelsong.
There's a good look at Belt trying to read that ball. You know, that's the kind of ball from up here we could tell earlier on whether it's going to be down or not than you can from a base runner can down there at field level. Yeah, interesting decision here by Bochy to stay with Vogelsong. Doesn't want to commit that many innings to his bullpen.
Well, he was really good. His best inning was the bottom of the 4th. Quick 1-2-3. And he bunts foul. That was and you're bunting with the bases loaded, so once that bunt gets down, everybody's running. It's not a suicide squeeze. Belt hesitated. Once he saw the ball on the ground, he took off.
Interesting play. Bunting with the bases loaded there. You do not have to apply a tag at home plate.
You really can't even call it the safety squeeze because there's no safety. You got to run. Once it's down, you got to
right.
go. So we've got to come up with a new name for a bases loaded bunt.
Insanity.
1-1.
You know, Don Zimmer back in the day, they say he used to put on bases loaded hit and run plays. How does that feel if you're sprinting down the line from third base and you see the hitter taking a whack?
Swinging away.
You know, the strategic advantage in that, I guess, is just staying out of the double play.
Right. Swing and a miss on a changeup.
The bench for Bochy today: Arias, Quiroz, the catcher, Marco Scudero, and those 3 guys from the right side. Then switch hitters Hector Sanchez and Andres Torres.
And they have 3 catchers like the Cubs do. Sanchez occasionally used as a pinch hitter. Takahashi would love a strikeout. Another changeup. 2-2.
Song handles the bat all right. And the other thing too is, you know, here we are, we're just in the 5th inning. And Vogelsong was very good in the fourth. So a lot of times the managers think, look, I'm in a one-run game. Even though my guy's given up 4, I'm in a one-run game. I still like this guy's chances of putting up a couple more zeros than I do with my long guy out there in the pen.
How do you take that? It's low, 3-2. Was low.
Maybe there were a time to just take a 4-seam fastball and aim right for the heart of the plate. This was it.
Big pitch here with the bases loaded. The 3-2 fouled away. The other thing for Scott Feldman, he had to throw 92 pitches to record just 13 outs. Another payoff delivery, and he walked in the tying run. The pitcher, no less, Vogelsong, gets an RBI, and it's 5-5.
That ballet you were talking about just got a little uglier with the bases loaded walk to the opposing pitcher.
What a grinded out plate appearance for Vogelsong. He whipped badly on a changeup to get it to 1-2. And ends up walking and forcing in a run. So it's Pagan who will bat right-handed against the lefty Takahashi. Called strike.
Pagan's 4th plate appearance. We're in the 5th inning.
The 0-1 on the way, a fly ball out into left center. Blanco ready to tag. Soriano gets behind it. His throw toward the plate, cut off by Rizzo, and the Giants have their first lead of the day. They have scored the last 6 runs, and a sac fly by Pagan makes it 6-5. They've done it all today without the benefit of a home run, kind of like last year. If you wonder how this team scores without hitting homers, just watch what they've done today. They hit 103 home runs in 162 games last year, fewest in the majors. Became only the 7th team in the modern era to win the World Series after hitting the fewest homers.
But to conclude that they were a bad offensive club would be wrong.
They finished 6th in the league in runs. And over the last 3 days now, this season, they have scored 25 runs. They scored 19 in their first 7 games.
Just got done sweeping a series against the Colorado Rockies. Scored 9 2 days ago, 10 yesterday. And if you see the score, you think, well, that's Coors Field. But it was in San Francisco.
Yeah. We have to point out they've gotten a lot of help today, too. 4 unearned runs in the previous inning. 2-0 is a strike. It's 2-1. This is what they did against the Rockies in sweeping that set. You score almost 8 runs a game, and your ERA is 2.67. You're probably going to win a lot.
A lot of talk about the Dodgers, all the money they've spent and that big payroll. Giants will not go away easily in the NL West.
Well, they basically brought back everybody from a team that won 94 games and then had that great postseason run.
21 of the 25 men on their current roster were with the club last season. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
And again, remember, they lost the National League's leading hitter, Melky Cabrera, final 45 games of the regular season due to a suspension. Sergio Romo gets Miguel Cabrera as they win their second in 3 years. Lined out into left for a base hit. Around third and scoring is Noonan. 7-5. So the Giants with a 3-run 5th inning. Brandon Crawford with a big hit.
Everybody in this Giant lineup getting in on the act. Breaking ball out over the heart of the plate, and Crawford with a good off-field swing. Noonan moving with the swing with 2 outs. There would be no play on him.
Sandoval will take his shot right-handed for the first time. He doubled home 2 in the 4th from the other side of the plate. Oh, Scott Feldman is the pitcher of record the other way. Charged with 6 runs today. So we've got a long way to go. The Cubs plenty of time to come back. If they don't, he would get the loss. One and one. Well, momentum is a funny thing. It's hard to get your arms around what it is, how you stop it, how you create it. But the vibe of this game has completely turned around. It was all Cubs through 3, and it's been all Giants since the 4th. Probably starts with pitching, right?
Well, I think it starts with pitching. It starts with opportunity, walks, errors. You open up the door for the other club. You get a club down early. On a bad day like today, the weather's not nice at all, for lack of a better word. You tend to see the quality of the at-bat suffer. You're down 5-0, but all of a sudden you open the door, you let them back in, somebody gets a big hit, it's 5-2. Now the concentration ratchets up again. I really think that's what's going on, that old cliche about hitting being contagious. I don't buy that hitting is contagious. I think that's just what happens is there's this collective focus that happens when all of a sudden, things are going your way. Guys are on base, pressure on the other team. The pitcher starts to squeeze it a little bit, starts picking corners, falling behind in the count. Yeah, hitting's going to be contagious. Everybody's up there 2-0, 3-1.
Sandoval stays alive.
For this guy, I mean, you go back to the double off of Feldman. It was a breaking ball, backdoor breaking ball that was off the plate and down. And you just reconstruct that whole inning for Feldman. It wasn't like he made a lot of terrible pitches. Castro booted the ball. He throws that cutter up and in on Crawford 0-2, which is textbook pitching. Push a guy off the plate 0-2. Well, in that instance, it hits him in the arm. He gets a base. Stuff happens.
A lot of it has happened here the last couple of innings.
Look at the Panda here. Backdoor breaking ball. Castillo's going down to block it because he thinks it's going to be in the dirt.
The other big maneuver in this game was Bruce Bochy sticking with his starter Ryan Vogelsong with the bases loaded, 1 out, and his team down a run. Vogelsong ended up walking to tie the game. 3-2 as the runners go. Hit foul out of play.
I mentioned earlier that Bochy was a very stabilizing influence in that Giant dugout, that there wasn't any panic in him, and that was a good example of it there in terms of his game management. We're good. We got plenty of time left. Having good at bats. I'll leave Vogelsong in there. No panic. Still early in the game.
Runners go. Another 3-2. Another foul.
Vogelsong will appreciate it, the chance to stay in this game. He might end up with a W because of it.
A third payoff pitch, outside, ball 4. Now he's got to face Posey with the bases loaded. Nobody up in the Cubs bullpen. Dale needs Takahashi to get out of this thing.
Spazio on the phone to the bullpen. Somebody's going to start to crank it up. So the Giants batting around here for the second inning in a row.
Michael Bowden just grabbed the ball and will quickly get ready. Inside, ball 1. Three runs this inning. Giants have the 7-5 lead. And the pitch, swing and a miss on a change.
His best pitch. His best weapon is the changeup to the right-handed hitter. He was able to command it in that slot, down and away.
Vogelsong, Crawford, Sandoval, third to first. The aforementioned Michael Bowden. Takahashi has his signal from Castillo. The pitch. Or was he just able to get a piece of it? So it's been a long grind for Takahashi since he came in. You see that, 29 pitches.
And that's just a byproduct of his stuff. You know, he doesn't throw hard enough, and he doesn't have enough movement on his fastball where he can just challenge over the heart of the plate. He's got to really work hard to set up hitters, move the ball in and out. You always hear scouts and baseball people talking about, you know, ace-type guys. Man, he goes right after hitters. Well, yeah, he throws 97, and his slider breaks like a Maserati changing lanes. Guys like Takahashi, it's more of a battle. It's in and out. Getting to chase that changeup, fading off the outside edge.
It'll be a long bullpen day for the Cubs. Two balls, two strikes with the bases full. The pitch, swing and a miss. He got him on a changeup. But the Giants get 3 to take their first lead of the day. It's now San Francisco 7 and the Cubs 5. A wild one here on a rainy and cold day as the Giants lead 7-5. Ryan Vogelsong fortunate to get out of the third inning. Was trailing 5-0 at one point, but now has a 2-run lead. Watch the Cubs as they continue to take on the Giants. Game 2 tomorrow at 1:20. The first 20,000 fans will receive a drawstring bag presented by the MLB Network. For more information or to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Matt Cain for the Giants. Carlos Villanueva, who originally signed his first pro contract with the Giants, will pitch for the Cubs. We'll be right here on CSN. Pitch to Soriano, riding fastball off the plate in.
It's been a continuing storyline here in the early going in the cold weather, how we talk so much about the impact it has on the game, how it generally favors pitchers. Not so today. 12 runs, 17 hits so far in this ball game.
Pence starting to run out of room. 4 errors combined. That's why Scott Feldman has a funky line. 6 runs, 2 earned. His 4 1/3.
It's not even an official game yet.
You're right. 1-2 to the Cubs cleanup man. Vogelsong throws. Line to right. Pence has it. Chest high grab for the out.
Oh, a bit of bad fortune there for Soriano. That was a great swing of the bat. Supposed to be rewarded, right? When you take that off-field approach, you stay in, use your hands, hit it on the line. What's that guy doing out there?
Cheese. Good day for Scherholtz against his former team. 2 hits, a stolen base, 2 runs. Not sure when he will get his World Series ring. Might be this weekend, maybe later in the year when we go to San Francisco. We got to look at those rings in the Giants radio booth. They're big and shiny, and they're very nice. Curve for a strike, 1-1. I've got it on this date, and the Giants are a part of it. 1907 opening day. Roger Bresnahan, catcher for the then New York Giants. Don Shingards for the first time in a big league game.
Cutting edge guy, Roger.
Sounds elementary, but we'll talk to Tony Esposito about the fact that goalies didn't used to wear masks.
Catchers didn't even wear a mitt. Nobody wore a mitt. Catchers used to stand back and catch the ball on a bounce.
Left field, Blanco racing over toward the line. Slides off the glove. Good effort. He actually ended up in the back of the mound. Kind of a dangerous area.
Yeah, he stopped short there as he tried to do a little sliding catch and slid right into the upslope in the back of the bullpen mound. At some point you have to make that decision whether to try to make a headlong catch or to leave your feet and make a sliding catch, and that was not pretty. Jarring.
Sliding up a hill does not sound like a lot of fun.
Stays on his feet and reaches for it. He's at risk of going headlong into the bricks.
Pulled to belt. He will scoop and get to the bag in plenty of time.
Good swing by Scherholtz. So he's had 3 good at-bats today. Soriano and Scherholtz both hitting the ball hard in this at-bat off of Vogelsong, who has to be feeling like a prisoner who had his sentence commuted. You give up 5 runs in 3 innings. Now you're out there in position to snatch a W. That doesn't happen very often.
2 hits for Castillo. He's up to .435. We have our AT&T tweet of the game from Fat Bob Flynn. Said Wrigley looks cold, wet, nasty, and absolutely beautiful all at the same time. Wish I was there. Yeah, we are very fortunate to come here every day. Even when the weather's not so good, it's still a beautiful setting for baseball. And the 1-1. 2-1. Red Sox ended their sellout streak last night. 820 in a row, including the postseason. Broken bat pop up. Noonan out. Basket grab. Back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for Vogelsong, who has a 2-run lead.
That is the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At-Bat delivers Cubs baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text At-Bat to 31826 or visit Cubs.com for details. Giants have batted around in each of the last 2 innings. That's a trend that has to stop. I'm guessing if they do it again, it'll be a record.
Probably right. Here's Pence. Keeps leading off these innings. Tap foul behind the plate.
Yeah, so I guess that's the irony, right? The guy that can get out is Posey.
Yeah, he's 0 for 3. And his teammates have picked up the slack. At the end of the bat, a fly ball to deep left, very playable. It's Soriano to make the catch for the out. It's over in Detroit. 4 RBIs for Prince Fielder, 3 for Torrey Hunter, and the Tigers clubbed the Blue Jays 11-1. Doug Fister's 2-0. It's 35 degrees at game time in Detroit. So balmy here in comparison. It's 40 when we started.
Tigers now 5-4 in the early going, and the Jays, expected by many to win that American League East, are now 3-6.
Belt grounds to Lillibridge for out number 2. Tigers will head out west. 9-game trip starts Friday night in Oakland. Fastball at 88 on the outside corner on Blanco. Now 0-2.
On this date in 1996, Greg Maddux lost his first road game since June of 1994. Stretch in which he went 18-0, allowed 17 earned runs in 154 2/3 innings.
So wait a minute.
All on the road.
What was his record? 18-0?
18-0.
And how many earned runs?
17.
He had more wins than earned runs allowed. Wow.
All on the road.
On the road.
On the road.
Off the plate outside. Our good friend Scott McCoy from the Baseball Project, the -5. Other great rock groups watching. It's for both the Giants and the Cubs, so I guess he's happy either way. On the outside corner to end the inning. So Takahashi with a quick 1-2-3 in the 6th. 7-5 Giants. public transportation. The CTA Red Line stops directly at Wrigley Field at the Addison Station. And for drivers, DeVry University offers remote parking and bus service for $6. Or try riding your bike and use the Cubs courtesy bike check sponsored by World Bicycle Relief, located on Waveland near the corner of Clark Street. For details, go to Cubs.com or call the CTA hotline. Valbuena, Lillibridge, and a pinch hitter. Buster Posey's not only the MVP, but an eye doctor.
You can do it all, that guy. How big's his strike zone going to be the next time he comes up to hit?
Now, Jim, it's not supposed to affect the way he calls the game.
Those mask wearers, they're always in cahoots.
Bowden cranking it up again in the Cubs pen. We'll likely see him in the 7th.
Important for that catcher to forge a bond with the umpires. There we go.
Right center. And did Pagan catch it? He did. Right off his shoe tops. What a catch by Angel Pagan. As he robs Valbuena.
He wasn't sure. He was not fully committed on this one as he saw Pence coming out of the corner of his eye. And Hunter Pence, has a reputation of running through walls to make plays, and Pagan didn't want to be the wall, so he was starting to peel off a little bit, and ultimately saw Pence give way and was able to make the catch, robbing extra bases from Valbuena. So Pagan had started to slam on the brakes a little bit.
Run, and he got it.
Dale, I think Dale was out just to say, "Are you sure? Do we want to get help on this one? Are you sure?" And he said, "No, I got it. We got it."
Lillibridge blooped a 2-run single into right. That made it 5-0 back in the 3rd inning. The Cubs were off to the races. Line foul. Look out in the bullpen.
A good aggressive swing of the bat there, and for a struggling hitter, sometimes that one hit can be the difference. Just to get that one hit, start to feel like you have a little something going. I hope those are flaming hot Cheetos.
A little easier play for Pagan. Actually, Pence will call him off. Pence says, "I'll take the easy one, you take the hard ones." I've never had the flaming hot ones. Are they? Oh, they look like you need a big glass of water to go along with them. Dave Chappelle will pinch hit for Takahashi.
So what's that? 10 in a row retired by Vogelsong.
Since that hit by Lillibridge, Jose Mijares up in the visitors' pen. High curveball. Chappelle still without a hit. Oh for 9 to start the year. The wind and the 1-0. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes.
Real challenge for a young player, a guy who, coming up through the minor leagues, you're an everyday player. He got a little taste of it last year, had a nice run with the Cubs. You find yourself as a bench player, and the at-bats are hard to come by.
He's playing at least every other day in spring training. A lot of starts.
That nice warm weather. Then you come up here and it's limited playing time. 40-degree weather. You're trying to stay sharp off the bench. It's easy.
It's Pence in right. And when we come back in the 7th, Tony Esposito will join us as he gets ready for the 7th inning stretch. 7-5 Giants. Tighten their grip on the #1 seed. Don't miss a huge division battle from the Madhouse. Blackhawks and Red Wings tomorrow night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Good timing. Got a Hall of Famer with us, Tony Esposito. Tonio, great to see you as always. How are you today?
Guys. It's a pleasure to be here. Could have been a little clearer sunny day, guys.
Yeah, well, we are playing today, and we were talking earlier about this date, 1907. The first catcher wore shin guards. And now we think about, well, catchers, they should always wear shin guards. But then we realize hockey goalies didn't wear masks years ago.
Well, we were in the same boat, you know. We thought that anybody who had a mask on was a sissy at the time. But I'm sure happy they brought him in.
Oh, no question. You had some of the better-looking masks, too, back in the 70s.
They were all decorated. A lot of the guys had them all painted up. And it was a lot of fun, but like I said, without a mask, it wouldn't have been any fun.
Did you ever wear a cage?
No, not really, because we just had the form-fitting mask close to your face in the 70s. Well, I started in the 60s, 70s, and the 80s. So
there's Michael Bowden in for the Cubs against Nick Noonan. Well, what a year the Blackhawks have had, huh, Tony?
It's been phenomenal. It's good to be part of. Any sports team would love to be in the situation they're in right now. It's fun, and as the team's playing, they seem to. When you're on a run like that, you play better, and that's the way it is.
Pretty deep at the goaltending position too, aren't they?
They got two guys, two solid, very good goaltenders, and that's a great thing to have going into the playoffs, because if one guy gets hurt or one guy gets tired, you know, you got another guy, and that is quite enviable.
2 strikes on Noonan. Pinch hitter on deck for Vogelsong. Got him on a splitter.
So when you were a kid, did you dabble in baseball at all? Did you play a little baseball?
I played a little
back in the day,
baseball, but I'm talking, you know, when you're teenager type days, high school type stuff. I really enjoyed it. I loved playing ball, but you know, I'm a Canadian, so we didn't have a lot of opportunity, although Fergie Jenkins.
Sure.
But he was in a more populated area. I was up in Sault Ste. Marie.
And goaltending early on, did you, when you started playing hockey, were you initially a goaltender? Or
well, you know what happens.
You guys were on the drive and your brother was shooting on you. So
no, you play every position, you skate and everything, but, you end up where you excel. And I excelled at goaltending. And I was the only crazy guy to go in the net without a mask. So it's a combination.
So now your NHL debut was with Montreal against the Bruins, and your brother scored twice in a 2-2 tie, right?
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
What a feeling that had to be, huh?
It was terrible because, all of a sudden we were in Boston playing against a great team. We tie them 2-2, and who scores against me for 2 goals? My brother. So my mother was so angry about it. She called him, and she wouldn't, for 2 weeks, she wouldn't talk to him.
But that's why he's a Hall of Famer, because he'd score on his brother.
Yeah.
I'm going to take it easy on you.
That's
This one fouled off by Hector Sanchez. Well, you hear these weird rumors about making the goal bigger or something. That won't happen, will it?
I don't think so.
That'd be like moving the rim in basketball. You got to leave that thing.
I know what you're saying, yeah. I think that they're trying to limit the goalie's equipment to not quite as big as it's been, and I think that would be a plus.
Because the goalies are getting bigger.
Look, everybody's getting bigger.
Yeah.
You know that in all sports. And that's just how it is. But like you said, you're going to move the rim up to 11 feet? I don't think so. So you're going to open the net up? I don't think so.
I don't mind a 1-0 tightly checked game myself. I don't need to see 7-5.
Well, you're the exception.
Well, I know they're trying to bring in more casual fans to the sport. There's always that balance. The shootouts, a lot of the purists don't like it, but it's just the way it's going to be.
Well, a lot of baseball fans like to see a lot of scoring too, so it's the same thing.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know, JD, where you fit on it. I'm good with a 2-0 3-hit shutout.
I like 4-3 ball games where in baseball when it's low scoring, the drama in the late innings. Every play, every base is that much more important. I think in hockey, as a hockey fan, it's like baseball. You want pace. You like to see guys go up and down the ice. Fast skaters, teams that open it up. It's fun.
Well, it's
it doesn't have to be a 7-5 game, but as long as
opportunities.
Yeah.
Same thing in baseball. I mean, you want to see opportunities and things happening where the decisions have to be made by the manager and pull pitchers out and stuff like this, and it's all part of it. It's wonderful.
I don't have the stats in front of me, and I'm asking you an unfair question to remember, but do you remember how many penalty shots you would have faced in your entire career? Because that's essentially what the shootout is now. It's just penalty shots.
I would say probably about 10, maybe.
In your whole career, and guys face that maybe in a week now.
Well, penalty shots are different from you're talking shootouts.
Right, but it's, from center ice.
Yeah, but we had no shootouts. And I don't want to get into the politics of it all because I'm a bit of a purist,
Was there, like in baseball, if you're a pitcher, sometimes there's guys that just have your number, and there's also guys that you get out all the time. Was there a guy as a goaltender that just for whatever reason he seemed to beat you more than you thought he should have?
Well, there's 2 or 3 guys that used to beat me more than they should have, and there was guys like Guy Lafleur in Montreal you might not relate to, a guy named Mike Bossy in New York Islanders. These kind of guys, it just seemed like every time they scored, he was the guy. And then you got other guys where they can't beat you.
Right. Now, I can relate to Lafleur because I grew up on the Canadian border. I grew up by there, so I was familiar with all those guys.
Yeah.
Strike on Pagan. You excited? Ready to sing?
With this voice, I'm never ready to sing.
Well, you've got a lot of people helping you.
I even got a hit in the throat one time, and it's even affected my voice. It made it worse even.
Wow. Just have fun with it.
Absolutely.
All right, Tony, here we go. Tony Esposito coming up with a 7th inning stretch.
Today's guest conductor for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, Chicago Blackhawks Hall of Famer Tony Esposito.
Hi, fans. All right, fans, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Or it's root for the Cubbies. When it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some runs, Cubbies.
To go behind the scenes of the legendary home of the Cubs with Wrigley Field tours. Guided tours include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. How about that? This must-see Chicago attraction houses almost 100 years of history. Wrigley Field tours are offered both on game days and non-game days. So visit Cubs.com/tours to book yours today.
Enjoyed our chat with Tony O. Love the story about his mom getting mad at his brother Phil for scoring twice on him in his debut. That's good stuff. Jeremy Affeldt, the left-hander, takes over, first reliever for the Giants today. Ryan Vogelsong gutted his way through 6 innings and really got better as the day went on. So we'll see if the Cubs can get to this Giants bullpen. And we said it in Atlanta. We'll say it again in this series, considering how Sergio Romo has started his season. If you're going to come back late, you are best served to do it before the 9th. 1-1 the count.
You get these shutdown closers, and most clubs are pretty well set in the 8th and 9th inning, and so the 7th inning so many times it becomes the critical inning in a ball game. Affeldt is no slouch himself. He's had a very nice career.
Ground ball, backhanded, and the throw got him. Belt stayed on the bag apparently as Noonan able to backhand it and throw in time. Dave McKay chatting with the first base umpire over there, Lance Barksdale.
Yeah, pretty play. Yeah, Noonan on the backhand side, and then good strong throw. And the question is, did Belt maintain contact with the bag or not?
Looks like he did.
Yeah.
Castro's 2 for 3. Two balls, no strikes. Cubs are down only 2. In some ways it feels like a lot more just because the Giants have scored the last 7 runs, but that was after the Cubs took a 5-0 lead. On 2 bounces, Sandoval, and that one dug out by Belt on the other end.
It's amazing how a game can flip like that. Cubs Looked like they were on their way to an easy win, and then the Giants go off, score 7 unanswered, and the Cubs haven't had a base runner since the 3rd inning.
Two outs, it's Rizzo. Curveball low and outside. The baseball diamond hasn't been that dangerous for Jeremy Affeldt the last couple of years. It's been the other times. Picked up by Belt. Nerve damage, separating frozen hamburger patties 2 years ago, and then a knee sprain last year, reaching down to hug his son. He goes 1, 2, 3 in the 7th. Stats, tweets with Cubs in-game live only at csnchicago.com. Brought to you by Comcast Business Class. Michael Bowden back out for the 8th. His team trailing by a pair. It's Crawford, the shortstop. Ground out, a walk, hit by a pitch, RBI single. A foul strike.
The beatdown the Tigers put on the Blue Jays that you talked about a while ago was off of Josh Johnson. Gave up 6 earned runs in an inning and a third.
Good start for him this year. Still think the Blue Jays are going to be all right.
Should score a ton of runs.
He's given up 9 earned runs and 7 1/3 on 16 hits in his first 2 starts. Hasn't been much better for R.A. Dickey. 10 runs earned, 12 overall in 10 2/3. Off the plate outside on a fastball, 3-1. That's a walk to Crawford to start the frame. When you compare baseball to football, you think about a 16-game season. Every 10-game segment's like 1 week of football. So you're going to have a bad 10-game segment every once in a while, even teams that win. I guess it's just the idea of limiting those 4 and 6 segments.
And that's why there's so much emphasis on starting pitching. Because when you go into a funk offensively, if you've got enough good starting pitching, you know, those guys are going to just go out and win you a game pretty much by themselves on occasion. You stay away from those long losing streaks. The formula was fairly simple, right? If you do a lot of damage in your home ballpark and just play 500 on the road, you're going to have a good year.
And that's where the Blue Jays have really struggled off to this 3 and 6 start. Their starters have a collective 7.59 ERA, and they have not even gone 5 innings over the last 4 days. Well, the Giants have proved at times that you can survive without a high-powered offense if you get that consistent starting pitching. But if you go back to when the Rockies were the Blake Street Bombers, they finished under 500 a lot because they couldn't pitch.
No, that's the real puzzle, right? How to compete in that environment in Coors Field. It's such a different game out there at altitude.
Humidor has helped a little bit. 0-2. Now 1-2. Long look by Bowden. We can call it a leg kick, but it really isn't for Michael Bowden. As short a stride as you'll see. We could call it a slide step, but it's basically how he pitches.
Yeah.
Derek Turnbow basically fell toward the plate with barely a leg kick. Some short-lived success with the Brewers a few years ago. Just bends his knee, that's about it.
Just enough to create a little movement, and then he goes. Just step and go, but a long glide down the mound, and that's what you're looking for. You don't want to, an abrupt jabbing action. Just glide down the mound. Kind of, you've got this kinetic chain, legs, core, arm. You're kind of trying to get to work all in unison.
Be the first time the word kinetic ever emanated from this broadcast.
Yeah, I read that somewhere.
I'm impressed. I like it.
This is the next wave, right? We've been talking in recent seasons around baseball. It talks about sabermetrics and statistical analysis. Now you're hearing more. We're talking about shifting. We see all that, and also biomechanics. There's a lot of focus now in front offices about biomechanics. What's the most efficient delivery? What's the most efficient approach at the plate in terms of the mechanics of the swing? And they've got all kinds of studies and video, and they're plugging guys in and plugging them into computers. A lot of the pitching, the focus in pitching is about the movement of the shoulders. If you picture a pitcher as he rocks and comes home, you want those shoulders more up and down than side to side. Think Ferris wheel versus merry-go-round. If you think about it, think about a javelin thrower, right? Think of those mechanics, how that the front arm's kind of up, the back arm's long, try to be as long as you can.
Bowden certainly does that. Really reaches back as he gets set to throw. Runner on the move, and there's a bouncer to Rizzo. He only has one play. That's to first.
As you mentioned, this is still a very winnable game for the Cubs. They're down just 2. It just doesn't feel like it because they've had nothing going on offensively for a good long while now. Swaim's managing like he still has a chance. He's going to play the percentages or make a move to the pen.
He's got Sean Camp ready, and that's who it'll be. So we have a Honda call to the pen. Runner at second, 1 out in the 8th. We'll be back to Wrigley Field in a moment. Be his 4th appearance.
Sean, it's 80 times out of the bullpen last season for the Cubs. A very busy, very effective year for him. You look at his early numbers, and now he's up against Buster Posey. Got a base open.
Ready to go skiing maybe a little later. I like it. Pitch to Posey. Swung on and missed. Yeah, I would not call Posey the out in this lineup, but that has been the case today.
Their only position player without a knock.
High fly sending to Jesus back. Crawford ready to tag. Catch is made. Tag is made, and Crawford stands at third, 2 outs. The ball of energy, Hunter Pence. Got that Eric Burns-like demeanor. Just can't sit still. On the ground to Lillibridge. Good job by Sean Camp. Bottom 8, Cubs trail by 2, but it is getting late. In the White Sox. Joaquin Arias now playing third. He's in for Sandoval. And Jeremy Affeldt, who went 1-2-3 in the 7th, right back out there here in the 8th. Facing Soriano, ball one outside.
Affeldt, a lefty, but over the years he's been pretty darn good at getting right-handed hitters out as well.
I don't know if Jeff Keppinger will just make the swap from third to second on an everyday basis while Beckham is out. He started last night. Starts to test your depth. You lose a frontline everyday starter. Two and one.
You know, it's going to happen sooner or later, right? Just about every club will have to deal with some injuries to their frontline guys.
Well, Cubs lost Darwin Barney right before opening day.
3-1. A slugger's count here, but we're down. The Cubs are down 2, so you got to take that leadoff man mentality. Just get on. That'll work.
And he does. And that ball's going to roll to the wall, and Soriano will end up at second. First hit of the game. It's a double for Soriano. He's 1 for 4.
Felt shooting for that outside corner. He got it out there, but Soriano, strong wrist, able to get out and that top hand through there and yank that ball with authority to left center field for the leadoff double.
Sherholtz 2 for 3. Represents the tying run. And on his hands, and he fought it off foul.
Santiago Casilla getting ready in the Giant bullpen. Trying to crowd him. Nate 2 for 3. Tried to get in on him there, and he lashes that line drive to right field. And then in the third, another one. Last time up, he grounded out, but hit the ball sharply.
Shatters his bat, and a great job by Affelt to get out of the way. Wow, that thing exploded.
You talked about Affelt last inning is slicing his hand, cutting open frozen burger patties or whatever he was doing.
You know, you try to separate the frozen patties, and the knife went deep into his palm. He missed the final 19 games 2 years ago with nerve damage in his hand. Another broken bat. This one deflects off the glove of Affelt. Throw's going to go to third, and Soriano able to get in. That's an infield hit for Sherholtz. He breaks 2 bats in the sequence and ends up with an infield hit.
Shattered. Should do be. Check this out. It's unbelievable how similar those broken bats were. Back to back off of Affelt, and this time the ball hits off his glove or his wrist. A real heads-up play by Crawford, taking a shot at Soriano, and if he rounds third base, he's out. But the Cubs are in business.
2 on, nobody out. Honda call to the pen. Casilla for Affelt. Stick around. Ten. 6-foot right-hander Santiago Casilla will make his 5th appearance. 2.22 ERA in his 3 years with the Giants.
7-6 last year. ERA below 3. And he's got a nice mix of pitches. Typically, the guys come out of the bullpen, they're 1 or 2 pitch pitchers, but Casilla throws a 2 and a 4 seam fastball, slider, and a curve.
And a chance here. 1st and 3rd. You've got Soriano at 3rd. Sherholtz across the way at 1st. Cubs are down 2. High for ball 1. Garcia pitched for the Dominican Republic, the World Baseball Classic champs this spring. 5 scoreless innings. Dale talks it over with Jamie Quirk, his bench coach. Popped him up. Posey will take a look, but no play.
As we get down towards the bottom of the batting order here, Dale and Jamie probably discussing pinch hit options. Sapelt has already been used.
The 1-1. Double play ball. Noonan, Crawford, and Belt. A run scores, no RBI for Castillo. It's now 7-6. That was an exchange the Giants were very willing to make.
Cubs get one closer, but it comes at a steep price. A little slide ball towards the outside edge. And Noonan starts the 4-6-3 double play. That hurts.
That run will be charged to Affeldt. And now the bases are empty, and it's Valbuena. On the corner. Well, Romo ended the year as the Giants closer. Casilla had 25 saves last year after Brian Wilson went down. 0-2. Tough take, but got the call. 1-2.
Again, Stanley's been fairly tight at the bottom of the zone.
Kick in the 1-2 pitch off the outside corner that time. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lillibridge would hit next.
Darius down there at third base, and we've been talking a lot about shifting already this year, and this is kind of a change too. In the past 1-run game, you'd be playing no doubles, you'd be guarding both lines. Now you see managers on the outside pulling their third baseman or first baseman off the line, depending on who's hitting.
Most hits end up toward the middle of the diamond, but the doubles end up being a lot of times, as you say, right down each line.
So the standard thinking was guard the lines to take away the doubles, but if you got enough evidence to suggest this guy never hits the ball down the line, why would you play him there?
That's deep out into right center. Pagan going back on it, and it is right at the base of the wall. Valbuena will end up at second. He's the tying run. He gave that one a ride. The wind is non-existent, so it didn't hurt it or help it.
Yeah, that schizophrenic wind has been changing directions all day long, and now it's blowing straight down. And Valbuena just misses a game-tying home run. Clapping his hands together in frustration because he thought maybe this ball would leave the yard. But a great swing of the bat. And a big opportunity for Steve Clevenger.
He will hit for Lillibridge. Came up with a big hit off the bench in the 7th inning on Tuesday as the Cubs came back late to beat Milwaukee. Here's a pitch. Ball one. Scott Hairston has gone into the on-deck circle for camp.
Clevenger with a very good off-field stroke, so we've seen pitchers try to crowd him. Fastballs away are his strength.
Able to catch a corner. 1-1.
Apparently. Backdoor slider. Guess he'll got a break.
Pretty good heat at 94. Fujikawa and Russell. Clevenger did not go around. One-run game here in the 8th.
Just able to check his swing and stay alive. Good call. The left fielder shortened up a little bit. He wants a shot at Valbuena on a line drive single to left. So very important that Valbuena get a good jump out there off of second. I suspect David Bell would be aggressive here with 2 outs.
The 2-2 to Clevenger, called strike 3, and the inning comes to a close. The Cubs get to within 1 on the double play ball that scored Soriano. We'll go to the 9th. It's 7-6 Giants.
Series champs here at Wrigley. Tune in as Rizzo and the Cubs look to light up Giants ace Matt Cain at the friendly confines. Live coverage from the ballpark begins at 12:30. Cubs Giants on Comcast Sportsnet tomorrow.
Clevenger stays in and plays third. He's played 1 inning in the regular season at third in his career. Luis Valbuena, second baseman by trade, so that switch over is no big deal. And James Russell dealing a strike to Belt.
You could have brought Gonzalez into this game and you would have been a little bit better defensively, but when you're in a 1-run game late like this, you want to save your resources if you're the manager, just in case you end up in extra innings. You need all those bodies available to pinch hit or be able to maneuver as you go throughout the extra innings. You got to get there first, so James Russell needs to post to 0 and see if the Cubs can come back.
Foul tip to make it 1-2. Russell went 7-1 in relief last year as he strikes out Belt.
Good off-speed pitch. Catches Belt way out in front.
Blanco shows bunt, steps back, takes a strike. Quickly 0-2. Russell's faced 5 batters so far this season, and he's retired all of them, 2 on strikeouts. Here's the 0-2. Slider is outside.
Let's move it down. Threw a little bit harder, moved it off the outside edge. He's like Casilla. He comes out of that bullpen with a starting pitcher's repertoire. Fastball, slider, curveball, changeup.
Some very vociferous Giants fans sitting right behind the visitors' dugout, and at various times today they've been yelling "Beat LA." I thought they were playing the Cubs when the game started. Still 1-2. There's the closer, Sergio Romo. He's given up 1 hit in 5 scoreless innings, and he leads the majors with 5 saves.
That's a case of a hitter having seen a number of breaking balls being geared up for it, because that's a swing and miss breaking ball there, but he saw it well out of James' hand and was able to lay off.
2-2. Fastball that time.
Well, that's what happens when a guy takes your breaking ball. You throw that good breaking ball and you're used to having hitters swing at it, or at least flinch a little bit. I mean, Blanco took it like he knew it was coming from the get-go. So that tells you he's at least in that pitch was sitting on that breaking ball, so it's worth taking a shot with the heater.
He got him that time on the slider. 2 batters, 2 strikeouts for the lefty.
Changing speeds with the breaking ball, 1 soft, 1 hard. He went back to the fastball and then finishes him off ultimately with the slider.
Well, Noonan has been the ball today, right? 3 for 4. And some good defense, too. First career major league start.
I think his teammates call him Danny.
You'd have to think that the Caddyshack references are never too far away. Speaking of which, and I did not see Brian Doyle Murray. He wrote Caddyshack along with Harold Ramis, but I was told Brian was here at the ballpark on opening day. Big Cub fan. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Full count.
Russell was starting to walk off after this one. He thought he had his man just off the outside corner.
Swing and a miss. Russell strikes out the side. So we go to the bottom of the ninth, a pinch hitter to start it, then DeJesus and Castro against Sergio Romo. Sports Talk Live with host David Kaplan. Hear Cap's thoughts on today's game. Get a preview of the night ahead as he leads a roundtable on the day's hottest topics in sports. Sports Talk Live presented by Smirnoff tonight after postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet.
Cubs Giants this Saturday. Game time is 12:05. Come early. If you're one of the first 10,000 fans, you'll receive a limited edition Darwin Barney Gold Glove replica trophy. That's compliments of D'Agostino's. For more information or to purchase tickets, how about Cubs.com?
And how about Deoner Navarro to lead off against Sergio Romo?
This guy's a control freak. He doesn't walk anybody. He's got a great slider. 5 for 5 so far this year in save opportunities.
Strikeouts to walks since 2008, almost 6. That ratio, called strike. Trying to get comfortable on this mound. Deep breath before the 0-1. Paints 0-2.
See, you can't be too greedy when you face a guy like Romo. You go up there and if you're looking for a ball to jerk out of the ballpark, you're not likely to get it. He works the corner so effectively. You just got to be willing to shoot the ball the other way. He's not going to beat himself with walks, that's for sure.
His career whip is 0.87. Only one time in his career, that was 09, was he above 1, and it was 121. That's just ridiculous. Emergency swing there by Deoner. Still 0-2. Usually you don't walk a lot of people. You're going to give up maybe a few more hits than normal because you are throwing strikes. But he doesn't give up hits and he doesn't give up walks.
Not going to blow you away. He's not a real hard thrower.
On the ground, Noonan will gather. Jesus is 0 for 4. Tired on a nice play by Noonan in the 7th. Still hard to believe the pitchers of record are the starters. Vogelsong in line to get the win. Feldman would take the tough loss. Pitched a lot better than his line indicated. Gave up 6 runs in 4 1/3, but only 2 were earned. One and nothing on DeJesus. Here it is. Pulled into right. It'll get down. Pence will retrieve. And DeJesus will have a double. Couple of shots here to tie it up. Well, the heart of the order coming up.
You had to like DeJesus' chances just based on the odds coming into this at bat. 0 for 4. Not a whole lot of 0 for 5s on this guy's resume. He's too good of a hitter. He clears that front side and yanks this ball down the right field line. Boy, any little misplay by Pence out there, and DeJesus is going to be standing on third base. That would have been a huge extra 90 feet to get, but Pence able to corral that carom off the wall. Still, the Cubs in pretty good shape here with Castro and Rizzo up and a man in scoring position.
Only the second hit allowed by Romo. This is his 6th game. Strike one on Castro.
That's that frisbee slider he throws. Starts at the hip of the right-handed hitters, and they tend to give up on it. It curls back to the corner. Slings it at you. Tough to hang in there.
Trying to battle back late after leading 5-0 in the 3rd inning. Belt into his own bullpen, in and out of his glove, and he might be hurt. Well, he just got caught up down there in the folding chairs and whatnot. I think it was in his glove.
Yeah, momentarily as he reaches, got a little leather on it, and then
yeah, that's a dangerous area with that bullpen phone, the chairs. You've got the ledge. You've got Cub fans trying to grab it. So new life for Castro, even though he's down 0-2. Off the end of the bat, similar area. Not quite as high that time. Well, if you like bad ball hitting, this should be your weekend. I mean, Castro and Sandoval. Very few pitches that get by these two guys.
Modern day version of Yogi Berra and Manny Sanguillen. This is where Dale likes to see Castro quiet that lower body, just use his hands down on that swing to make contact.
And he chased a really bad one for strike 3. It's up to Rizzo. That one was never in the strike zone. So they'll discuss Rizzo. Soriano's on deck.
That's just, you know, and it's, you see it often in the case of a hitter with a man in scoring position wanting so badly to be the hero, to drive in that run.
Now Rizzo's 0 for 3 with a strikeout against Romo. Soriano's 0 for 8. So they do not have to give in to Rizzo here.
Downside, of course, if you put Rizzo on, you've put the winning run on base.
Came back over the plate. You saw Posey set up outside, and Rizzo with a 2-run homer off Ryan Vogelsong back in the 3rd inning. Already his 3rd of the year.
Rizzo thought they might tiptoe around him with the base open. He found out otherwise with that first pitch fastball channeled right over the heart of the plate. Now we'll go to work with that frisbee. Romo's approach similar to that of Dennis Eckersley back in the day. Not blowing you away, but painting and the ability to throw that slider to both sides of the plate.
Speed at second. The Jesus represents the tying run. The 0-2 from Romo. Check swing by Rizzo. He was able to hold. Nelson with a call at third. Took too much time. Rizzo steps out. Here it is. Smothered by Posey.
Change up.
Brings up a 2-2 offering. Called strike 3 on the inside corner. And the Giants hang on. 7-6 the final. They erase a 5-0 deficit. Here's the final pitch of the game.
Two-seam runner. Could have gone either way. Romo gets the call.
The Cubs lead the tying run at second base, and the Giants take game 1. Time now for our GMC professional grade player of the game. We're going to give it to Ryan Vogelsong. He had to battle through a bad 3rd inning, down 5-0, but he was able to survive and actually, JD, tied the game with that bases loaded walk at the plate.
Yeah, the Cubs battled around against him in the 3rd inning, had a 5-0 lead. It looked like it was going to be an early exit for Vogelsong, but he showed some perseverance hanging in there and ends up picking up a W.
So now for JD and our entire crew, John Walsh, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, Jim Corno Jr., and everybody here at the ballpark, Glenn Casper saying so long from Wrigley. The final score, the Giants 7, the Cubs 6. We're back with you tomorrow. We'll start our pregame coverage at 12:30 Central Time. Giants and Cubs in Game 2. We are not done yet. Coming up next, the Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live.